data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable layouts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job, build your business. Ours, handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Lagos. You've tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Monday morning. Monday mornings are usually not beautiful, but today is actually an exception. And as usual, we have enough packed up to keep you going. Thank you for joining us this morning. I am Deborah Eze. Of course, I'm not going to do this alone. I'm right here with
Onyeka Valentine.
And I'm Destiny Momo.
And Destiny Momo. So I heard something that you both were here on Christmas Day.
Of course. Why
how
not?
was it?
As always, it's a normal process.
Yeah, of course we know. I'm asking, how was it?
Leaving your house on the Christmas Day felt weird, but of course, when you know that you're used to it and your profession is not saying don't do it, and you've always done it, it just feels as usual. So
Vali, how did you celebrate your Christmas Day?
Well,
apart from being in the office,
in the studio.
Yeah.
So we give essential duties, like they say, it's our responsibility. That's what we media people. But then again, personally, Christmas Day, like I've always said, for me it's like every other day. The good thing is you get to show that you love people by buying things when you can.
But that's not the story I heard from the streets.
Really?
The streets actually
so
said you came out hot.
Really?
And you're still hot.
Well, being hot means that, you are ready to give. I say givers never lie.
Exactly.
So in this case,
I really hope we don't finish the year, with you not giving us what you promised to give us. But anyways, in case Lagos gets hot, just know that Valentine is working. Valentine is in your area.
There's something about coming to work on Christmas Day. It just made the whole day, feel like every other day to me. And the evening of the Christmas Day, guess what? I was just feeling sorry for people that went all out traveling for Christmas. And I just felt like, oh wow, is that it?
Are you sure?
Are you it came so early and went so early.
I don't agree.
I don't agree. It fizzled out, and then I was not like, oh my god, that people actually traveled to go for Christmas all the way. And I was like, okay, let me just console myself by saying that okay, there's still one more week, to celebrate the New Year as well, and then the season is still, in continuum. So I just, console myself by that.
It's important that people find time to go be with families. That's the reason why they have family.
Yeah.
If you have your extended family in a different state from where you do your regular work, end of the year is the time to so-called the person to spend.
Exactly.
Because you never know when you see them again.
Yeah, and then you need to start the new year on a fresh note and feeling happy that
so every day is a gift. Use it wisely. See it as a blank check. Give the blank check by your creator. What do you do? Use it well. So
you just use it well.
25th is what it is.
Yeah. Every day is a gift, and Vali has advised that we use it wisely. Anyways, let's take a look at some of the headlines. We have beautiful headlines this morning, and the first headline reads, Fuel price war will benefit Nigerians, says NNPCL chief. And the new tax law, EPCO warns of 1 million naira base fare. But Akot refinery supplies diesel while short, NMDPRA. And finally, U.S. resumes intelligence flights over Nigeria after Sokoto ISIS strikes. I think I would like us to start with this U.S. resumes intelligence flights over Nigeria after Sokoto ISIS strikes. It was a shock for Nigerians on the 26th after we woke up, from the celebration of Christmas to we didn't hear it from the Nigerian government.
Yeah.
We heard it. We saw it from Trump. We saw the tweet. So the tweets that actually broke the internet very early in the morning on the 26th. He's saying he went out of his way together with his defense of war, war of defense, or what does he call them? And then he actually hit Sokoto. And it took about, because I was calculating, I was waiting patiently. It took about 5 hours before, the foreign affairs Nigerian Foreign Affairs actually came out to pull out a statement that, yes, it was a collaboration between ourselves and the United States. And judging from the tweets, now we are actually judging from the both tweets that was actually put up, right? Trump said he did it on his own because he's tired of, having to deal with terrorists and terrorism.
Christians
and the Nigerian government are saying, it was a collaboration. That was why we didn't see any need to actually come out to discuss, the things of war to people. All people want to see is the fact that there is peace and quiet and not the process of it. What do you think about this?
Well, the whole process, as a matter of fact, it just goes on to say that, before now we thought it was just empty threats coming from the president of the United States, and then having that or seeing that come to play goes to show that of course it wasn't empty threat after all. And then for that happening, and then our government speaking up later, and then claiming collaborations and all of that. Well, I don't want to believe that it happened without their knowledge, right? Because it would be a big blow. I don't want to believe that it happened without their knowledge. And if they felt the need to keep silent about it and only come up to speak after the United States already, the United States president has already come up to say, okay, this is what, we felt the need to do, and then before our government deemed it necessary to speak to us, I didn't think that was good enough, because as a matter of fact, we know that these things should happen secretly. Right?
You do?
Yes, it should, because you cannot come and be making public, when you want to fight a war for something that has been affecting the citizens. So I want to believe that there was a collaboration, actually, because there's no way you can come into my country to do stuff without my knowledge. No, think about it.
Vali, what do you think about it?
Okay, so just give me 1 minute now to drop my point. It's very important, because this has been on my heart for like days now.
All right.
First and foremost, we said it before, no country, no sovereignty will want its sovereignty or its borders be breached, especially when it has to do with firearms, or even worse, right, a strike of this magnitude. I haven't said so. The question is this: was Nigerian government aware? Yes, they were aware. But the main question is, who should now take the glory? And so, are we surprised in Trump's usual fashion? He has always been someone who likes to be in the forefront of taking the glory every now and then, no matter what. Now, there is no way that he could have, jumped on his Twitter handle and sent that message if probably he didn't contact his own team of people too. And for him to have done it quickly before us, I mean, let's be honest, it is their own money they used in launching the attack, not our money. But was there a collaboration? Definitely there was a collaboration.
Okay.
But this, for me, where my major question comes in that is troubling me is, are you saying that we still needed the US to strike in Nigeria? Let me tell you, we don't know this. And I will say it. It might sound bitter, but it's bittersweet. Do you think Trump loves you Christians in Nigeria, including me? I doubt that 100%. You think it's about Christians being slaughtered? Of course I doubt that. Let's be honest. Nigeria sits at a strategic point, right? In West Africa, close to the Sahel. We all know that, look, the Sahel have succeeded in throwing dirt in the eyes of Donald Trump, and they don't like it. He doesn't like it. And so the closest way to be able to get to the Sahel is Nigeria. For crying out loud sake, this problem has been in Borno, not Sokoto.
Exactly.
Why was it striking Sokoto? Think about that. A lot of people keep on saying, oh, you know what, for what it is, it's not about our natural resources, it's not about our rare earth minerals. But if it's not, then what will it be about? Definitely it's not because of the Christians, because not just Christians are dying, Muslims are also dying. Exactly. After all, there was a bomb blast in the mosque. What are we saying? We're not fools, we're not children. Most of us have been into this issue of this journalism space, so we know exactly what we're talking about. The US will not go into a country they don't have major interest. So what is their MO? Apart from the fact that Donald Trump being who he is, where he tweets before he probably thinks. That's a fact, not an insult. It's just a fact of the matter. The whole world knows this. Apart from that, let's be honest. AFRICOM, which is the African Command in the US that looks when it comes to military issues in Africa, right? They know exactly what they want to do. Now, we don't know who's funding this Boko Haram thing before now. It's been more than 10 years, 15 years plus. But whenever we're defeating them and we're recording major success, they regroup, and when they catch them, see hard currency on them. Who's funding them?
Yeah.
Right? The other day we were watching on TV, that's about sometime early this year, right? And then we saw an official in the United States there. They were asking the question, right? They started asking the question: the money that we give, right, as aid to some African countries, where does this money end to? And he said it categorically. He said this money ends in the hands of, excuse me, ends in the hands of terrorists. He called them specifically ISIS, Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab. And so, sorry to cut you.
Yeah.
So, for me, right, I am not shocked that Donald Trump quickly went and tweeted. This is what he always wanted. He's someone who likes control. Love for him, right, he wants to be a monarch. And that's this kind of person. Is he working for him? Is he not? I don't know about that. But for Nigeria, I think, and I still maintain, that it was a major, as far as I'm concerned, it's a major shame to our Nigerian government to have allowed or agreed to a collaboration for US to strike that area, because our military was already gearing up. Our military is carrying out some great strike. If US want to help us, give us those coordinates. Exactly. You have those satellites, right? Tell us where they are. We have our own missiles. We have our own. If you say, maybe not talk. We don't have to have missiles, right? But at least for what it is, we have ground forces to get us put down. But I know where you're coming from now, which is, how come we've not done this all along? Yes, there's some unscrupulous elements within the political space that is frustrating the move of the military.
I'm telling you, people, that the Nigerian government did not see the US strike coming. They did not. This is not from hearsay.
But they've been having meetings now.
They've been having meetings.
They traveled abroad. They've
been having meetings. We have a defense minister. Don't forget. We have a defense minister. We have what they call the defense man, the head of military. No, that's the defense minister. We also have the head of military. That's the head of defense, right? So now, what I'm trying to say is, I agree with what Valentine has said, right? That the interest of the US is not necessarily, on what they are fighting.
Let's be honest.
And the interest of the Nigerian government is it on the citizens.
I want to just point out the fact that when these people are coming and forming that they're giving us AIDS, and they'll still come back and rub it on our faces, and they give us AIDS, they helped us to fight terrorists and all of that. It's not because of what, it is, quote and unquote, that terrorism is disturbing Nigeria. We like the fact that, yes, Trump said something. Before now, it was worse. You keep hearing. Right now, Gumi is not at rest. We know that Gumi is working with these terrorists. We know
allegedly.
That. It's not allegedly anymore. It's now clear.
I would have to cut you right there.
Because when Gumi is talking to these terrorists, when he is defending the terrorists, he's not saying allegedly.
Gumi has come out to say
that allegedly.
The Nigerian government do not need to seek help from the US, but rather go to Pakistan, Turkey. And now netizens are saying that, are you trying to say that these countries that you're asking us to go to ask for help are those funding these terrorists? Because everyone knows that Gumi has always been on the positive side when it comes to the terrorists.
Can you remember very quickly about Iran?
Of course, I remember. No, I'm not taking away the fact that the US would not, give you something for nothing. I'm not taking away that fact. I'm saying that we didn't see it coming, and it is a shame that it took the US to actually Donald Trump to actually talk and one strike to actually hit right. Believe it or not, I didn't even know that Sokoto actually had ISIS. I didn't know.
Confirmed now, and it's on the news that no single casualty was recorded.
No, there were casualties.
We had casualties.
There were casualties.
Not innocent people. Not innocent people. We're talking about the people, the targets.
Exactly.
The targets.
It's a shame to us that, we could not. This has been going on for 15 years.
Over.
Borno is now a shadow of itself because of this insurgency. And then we are saying it's a collaboration. It's more of a shame to the Nigerian government and even the US.
I don't even care
if they have something that
I agree with you.
It's total shame.
I agree with you.
However,
I agree with what Debbie has just put out there.
However, I will say this, right? As much as everyone is emotional about it in this country, should we be? Yes, because our country. But let's also remember right? There's what we call being weak, show of weakness and show of strength. Nigeria is 200 million people strong. We are one of the most hardworking people in the world. We are well respected for our ideas, our ideologies, and the way we go about it. Unfortunately, some few people are making us look bad. We don't want our government who's supposed to look after us. And this is a very serious note. Because what this means for business is that if the international world and those big investors see that Nigeria in any way is heading towards a failed state, they would not trust the integrity of Nigeria. And this is a big issue, which is why I'm clamoring and I'm saying it wide and clear for those who will listen who are back home. For what it is, as a country, we must take control of our sovereignty.
Good evening. You're coming back to what I'm trying to say. Because
I make it clear that if we are going to have any international involvement, let it be based on our own terms. It's important to
be an invitation by
our own terms. And those our terms will mean this. We give you coordinates. We be the one to issue out the information. However, you said something that was very great. You said something that I liked. Sorry, you said something that I liked, which is this. You said that, look, for what it is, that no, it was you that said it. Said because it is war, sometimes you have to hold back information.
Yes.
Now that's important.
That secrecy is important.
Because in warfare, in theater of war, right, surprise attack is the greatest attack.
Yeah.
So I believe that the Nigeria and US collaboration before the strike had been cemented. Maybe the day of the strike was not let out. Maybe they didn't see it coming for the 25th. But was there going to be a strike? Were they aware? Yes, they were aware.
Yeah.
If not, I don't think you could have said something even far more than what is defense minister or whoever it is that is speaking for on his behalf right now. Foreign affairs is speaking right now. That's too good. I'm saying that at the end of the day, as we proceed, let's proceed with caution. Let's remember the sovereignty and the respect of Nigeria can either spell boom or doom for our economy. Are you aware that even our next story, right? It says there that look, our economy might face some up or down time depending on how this thing progresses. I leave that for now.
All right. Before we go, let's take a look at the fuel price war that will benefit Nigerians, and that statement is coming from the NNPCL chief. Do we agree with the statement?
I agree.
Yes or yes?
100%.
Okay. It definitely should.
On this case, on this particular issue, I mean, it's because for quote unquote, one call it celebration, but that's fine because when they say healthy competition is good for the business, this is one of the reasons why that saying is qualified.
Exactly.
Now, before now, right, NNPC has been the sole,
distributor,
controller of this whole thing, such a way that you have the knife, you have the yam. So whatever you cut and give to the people, will take. You have no say. If whatever NNPC sneezes, we'll catch a cold. Come Dangote into the game now, the whole trajectory has changed. We this year, but late last year, 2024, there was a time when fuel almost hit 1,000 naira, right? In between then and early 2005, which is this year,
2015,
exactly,
2025, right?
I beg your pardon. There was right you could see that variation. As soon as Dangote refinery swung into action, full production, and with its partnership with MRS. I mean, you can see the difference from 900 and something naira all the way to 700 something naira. And
Dangote is so intentional that, for the fact that, that he's collaborating with MRS, he's even still making it loud and saying that people should put a check on MRS if they sell, anything higher than that. So he's even been more intentional. It goes to show, right, that they're still going to the price is still going to come down. Because Dangote wants, he's helping. He's actually, his refinery has actually
doing a lot's work.
Yes, he's actually doing a lot's work according to Valentine and Debbie right now. So you see, it's going to still come down. Now, NNPC, should I say they are predicting what they know that will happen with or without them?
But no,
I say with or without them. Just think about that.
Yes. So don't you think we should look at the fact that there is actually war
in the oil sector,
in the
oil sector?
Oil sector.
Also,
when it has to do with easing the prices of fuel for citizens. That is supposed to be the goal. That's what we should look at. That's supposed to be the goal. So why is there a war in it?
So it's good that we said this thing. Why is there a war? Definitely, if you don't have price variation and healthy competition, which quote unquote, like I said, is a war, but not a kinetic war. Most definitely is a trade, well, not call it trade war, it's a pricing war. Such pricing wars create what we call uprightness in different organizations.
Yeah.
Because if I'm going to sell less, most definitely Nigerians will come to me to come and buy. And so for you, if you're selling high and it's not benefiting Nigerians, who do Nigerians will come to me.
Okay.
So that variation right now is the reason why he has come up to now say that to benefit Nigerians. Do I agree? Yes.
Yes, of course. All right, we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we're going to take a look at what the dailies, that's newspapers, are saying. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only not yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Welcome back. This is a newspaper review segment of the Business Day television breakfast show where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm still your host, Deborah Eze, and still with me in the studio for more insight this morning is...
And I'm Destiny Mama.
All right, good to have you both here. Let's now take a look at what the dailies are saying. Our first stop would be our sister company, and that is the Business Day newspaper. And the big story this morning on the Business Day newspaper reads, Nigeria calms markets after rare US airstrike in Sokoto. And that story is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And we have mobile data consumption reaches all-time high in November. And that story is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. Another big story on the Business Day newspaper reads, Blackout dim Nigeria's dirty December glow. And that is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. And also still on tax reform in 2026. More government revenue or relief for citizens? That's the big question there. And that is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. Good evening. We're just wrapped up on the US strike in Sokoto, and who would have thought that would have been the big story on the Business Day newspaper. And Valentine already said it, that of course this move will chase away investors.
Most definitely.
It's definitely going to shake the market. But on the headline, good thing we see that the markets are now calm after the airstrike. But let's turn our focus to the tax reforms in 2026. Now, do you think this is actually more government revenue for them to like put into their pockets? We all know what the story of Nigeria is when it comes to money that is actually made. Or do you think it's actually relief for citizens, in the sense that we won't come here and we're talking about the fact that doctors would want to go on strike, ASU would also want to go on strike, there are no good roads, we don't have enough electricity. So do you think it's more revenue, or it's actually, relief for citizens?
See, I want to believe that. In Nigeria, not just in Nigeria, everywhere you go, change is not really easy to accept, right? Now, this whole tax thing, for the people, for the professionals that are making the nation go into it, they should know better. They should know better. Now, this thing is it's just about to start this new week, next week, which is the new year, right? And everybody is, looking forward to it. A lot of people are scared. People are not really, really so sure, how it will turn out. I don't think we want to already know or predict what will happen. I think we should just give it a try and just allow this thing happen. And let's see, how it goes. Let's see how the citizen will be able to cope. But normally, what this whole tax thing is supposed to be for is actually, like you said, to bring a lot of
amenities.
Yes, to help development spread very rapidly, very fast, But is it going to be for that? Because even the fuel subsidy that has been removed, what are they doing
What
with
relief
it?
did it give to Nigeria? So, Vali, I'm going to ask you this. There was a poll that was conducted, and it says that Nigerians are not actually scared about the tax. They've come to understand that as citizens who actually earn, you have to pay tax for you to get basic things.
True.
The fear now is the fact that would our tax be used to do these basic things that the government is meant to give to us? So now, do you actually believe that next week, 2026, this by the time the government starts taking out taxes and taking it seriously, because tax has never been like serious in Nigeria, even though some set of people actually pay tax. Now, do you think the government's actually really going to use this and disappoint Nigerians, or they would actually like surprise us and shock us and we get to see what our monies are being used for?
So, first and foremost, it's good that people understand that there is a responsibility, right, that falls upon each person to pay your tax, which is key. Now, whether or not that tax will be used judiciously and will get proper audit from it, that will be an aftermath. However, we have it upon us next week, right? Now, before now, the reason why people used to question, that flow of tax and whether it's being, remitted back to the government, because that feedback from the government to cement trust has not always been there. But people have been paying their tax. I can tell you for a fact, right? Companies have been paying their tax.
People have not been what?
People have been paying their tax. Of course. Paying very well. Big companies have been paying their tax, most definitely. FIRS most definitely will give you a breakdown of this. Even LIRS, as Lagos State, and of course FIRS Federal. However, having said so, come next year, 2026, right? Will the tax be, will we get fully on the road? Most definitely, there's no going back on this. How will it affect Nigerians? Let me start with that. We already know that most Nigerians are on what we call life support. Even those who look good drive the best cars. They are on life support. I can tell you for a fact. And so the question now is that, come 2026 next, right? Will the gas that keeps us on life support, will it now still be on full throttle, or will the gas reduce? Because now already it's established that we're on life support. Right? Now, with the tax coming in now, which means that the quantity of gas keeping us on life support will come down. Now I'm trying to be a bit, cynical here. But on a serious note, right? It will hit well. It will. What I want to now see, we want to now see, as there be a destiny, I'm sure. You want to now see that your hard payers tax money is being used,
put into good use, of course,
to do things that will benefit you in the long run. You want to drive, I'm not saying with your eyes closed, but almost your eyes closed and not be afraid of what? Potholes. Some people want to drive their Mercedes-Benz and drive without jumping into potholes back and forth. Others want to also move around and see that there are street lights, you know. I want to make sure that the neighborhood watch is doing their job well because they're being paid well. Taxpayers' money is being put into things that will make life worth living. And so we don't have to run away and experience what we call the Japa syndrome. If the tax is going to do that which is meant to do, which is to make sure infrastructure is being put in place and taken care of. Remember, not to be allowed for all this, not to allow this so-called scavengers go steal railings from the bridge and then steal, you know, sewage coverings, endangering drivers on our roads, especially in Lagos State.
But something I want to really point out here.
I'm almost there. So, for me, will this be good for Nigerians? Is a bittersweet. For the government, will they be able to see it through? They better see it through. Otherwise, 2027, some people will not be in that office.
Destiny. You know what I'm just trying to say is that this tax thing is not new to Nigeria. We're making it sound like it's a new ball game.
It has been
that's why it's a reform.
It's a reform, we know. But for the fact that it has been happening, the ones that have been collected so far, have they been put into good use? Now more avenues are being opened for, you know, to be taxed on. Do you understand? Well, how sure are we that these things are going to be put into good use? Because we're not new to tax, for crying out loud. We're not new.
But what I like about this tax reform is how, you know, it has relief on low income earners, meaning if you earn 0 to 800,000 annually, you don't get to pay tax, and you only get to get tax from 800 downward, which is actually a good thing. And then the VAT would actually see household items reduced. Yes, VAT has been, like, you know, cut off. So that simply means household items actually going to, like, get reduced. So I think we should just see the positive side when it comes to, you know, the tax.
We're weighing the options. Why? Because we're broadcasters. We're trying to weigh the options for the viewers to expect, you know, to see why this can be like this and why it cannot be like this.
So in weighing the options, Business Day has the Tax Confidential, where you actually get to understand everything about tax, where your money is going to, how much tax you owe, or how much tax you're supposed to pay. The Tax Confidential. And also, if you want to, like, listen to people speak about tax, we have the Tax 360. It's a podcast where they get to talk about it, and you can also, like, you know, throw your questions there and you are sure to get answers. Still on the Business Day newspaper, we have blackout deemed Nigeria's dirty December.
Oh wow,
you know,
wow. Oh wow.
You know, that is something for the fact that we're always having knockouts during December. So the fact that we're actually having blackouts this time around is actually very, very, I would say it's very, very sad.
No, it wasn't funny.
And funny at the same time.
It wasn't funny. It wasn't funny.
It's funny that we're talking about blackout in 2025. You know, there's something Nigeria is known for, and you both can agree with me. Growing up, you know, places where they usually don't have, like, lights. But you see that 25th of December and 1st of January, that's how you will know that Odunde, there's Christmas, because there's always lights. But for us to actually get something like this simply means we've moved away from the drawing table. Like, we've gone out of it. We don't know what we're doing anymore. And it is really sad.
So it was so painful. It was so painful not having, you know, the normal light, and then you have to put on your generator. And for those that have the solar thing, they actually enjoyed it, but it wasn't funny. Having to start buying fuel, you know, to make the Christmas, you know, what it is. It was really bad. It's also hot.
So I can tell you, I might beg to differ. If, for instance, I enjoyed power over this crowd of no power.
Yeah, I did too. I enjoyed power.
However, I will not beg to differ. I will beg to
also agree. Because for it to be here,
to be told, right?
It means that you know it's a larger population of people that didn't experience power supply.
People who obviously we look up to as blue bloods. Oh, they live in the best places,
exactly.
Like Island.
They didn't have lights.
Places. You know, most of them came out to say, look, the reason why we're not in our houses today is not because we're just coming out to have fun and enjoy ourselves, but I don't want to run your generator 24 hours with the noise and the air pollution. Can we just spend that money going out to school, relaxing in some nice spa
somewhere?
However, that money was spent in buying fuel because we were stuck in traffic. So you see now, at the end of the day, the dirty December brought you out home and enjoy yourself. Only, I beg your pardon, the lack of power supply make you leave your house.
I'm always going to judge people that leave their house on the 5th of December. I will never get it. What are you looking for?
I mean, let's be honest. I mean, truth be told, if you think for what it's worth, especially those who don't have like a family, they want to get out there and they meet new people, those who just came back and those who
people on the 26th.
However, for the idea of Dirty December to be actually interesting, but that's why it was coined Dirty December, which is actually spelled DETTY.
Yeah. It's not as dirty as you're thinking it is.
However, for me, the reason why I would say most people didn't experience it very well because some of them ended up in the hospital. That's because people obviously mortgage their safety, right, over enjoyment. Do you know how many accidents were recorded on 3rd Mainland Bridge? On New Year's, on Christmas Day, there were like 3 accidents on what's called 3rd Mainland Bridge. Why? Because 24th night is when you see a lot of people just going crazy, right? Flying all the way from the mainland to the island, and so at the end of the day, you didn't even experience Dirty December. Maybe with crutches and then
I would just appeal that the Nigerian government do better when it comes to power supply
for festive period.
Yes. So
the New Year is around the corner.
The New Year is here. So let's not have headlines saying, some parts in the country, there were blackouts, there was no power supply. I think we as a country, we should have gone beyond talking about power supply. We come talking about terrorism and then there's no lights. It doesn't match. Exactly.
But one more thing for you though.
Okay.
How come we didn't decorate our studio during this whole?
I should be asking you. I need to ask you. So let's take a look at the Vanguard newspaper. Let's see what we have on the Vanguard newspaper this morning.
So here it says, FG 34 states commit 93 trillion naira to tackle hardship. This FG 34 states commit 93 trillion naira to tackle hardship. All right. So interesting. It says to spend 94.39 trillion on capital projects, Recurrent gets 43.43 trillion. And of course, Lagos, Delta, Ogun, Enugu, Imo, Ibom emerges as top spenders. Ekiti, Yobe, Ondo, Nasarawa, Adamawa, right? List spenders, and of course, Lagos budget higher, as usual, than the entire Northeast zone, 5 states, and of course, Southwest states. It goes to show you that the Dirty December actually.
Dirty December starts from the 1st of December.
It's
not like it's December 25.
It's not the problem to
But as far as I'm concerned,
that was really Dirty December for you, right?
Yes. For people who really want to enjoy that period, right? This period, we have to plan ahead of time. But give or take, what I didn't understand was people who came from different parts of the world landed in Lagos. Most of them didn't want to go to their villages. Lagos became their village. Hence the traffic.
You wouldn't blame them. It didn't used to be like that. Even as at 2024, we have people who, good again, TikTok now exposes everything. We have people like, come to me, to my father's mansion somewhere in the east, somewhere in Ijebu land, somewhere in, you understand, far away in Ondo, far away. We have people vlog all of that. But now everyone is in Lagos because they are scared for their lives.
Exactly.
So you can't blame anybody.
You can only be, because safety first. People already know things.
So that explains why I think the
Lagos actually, yes,
exactly was higher
than other states
because they had to accommodate people that came back and those who were looking at Lagos as their spot to enjoy themselves. So that explains why. All right, so right here again it says appointment of judges. Excuse me. 34 nominees fail FJSC's integrity tests.
34 of them.
4 of them.
Wow.
So if you're looking out for someone who might be, a federal judge, sorry, they were not. They were not allowed to failed. All right. So it says Lagos. You can see that one on page 9, by the way. It says Lagos Lagos government, right? So FG, Apapa Bridge, Port Road may collapse soon.
These are the issues. Why are we still talking? This Apapa, I've been hearing this since I was 5 years old. And I'm not even joking. why are we still? It's I don't know. I think the Nigerian government actually find pride in having, allowing issues to go for a long time, to linger. I think they find joy in it, because why are we talking about this?
Should I say something
in 2025?
Should I? You want to say something first?
No, go ahead.
So, first and foremost, this particular bridge is in Lagos State. I understand that maybe it was built by the federal government at that time when Lagos was the center of, but truth be told, is in Lagos State. Why is Lagos government shying away and pushing the burden to federal government? I don't understand it. Look, if the bridge is shaky and might collapse soon, close it, demolish it, and build another one. After all, didn't you guys build the the red line and the blue line, as the case may be?
Yeah.
Governor Sawolu, please now. All right. We know we love and respect you. Please, can we take charge of that part? All right. Over here, do I have the time? Do I leave the Vanguard? You want to take the Guardian?
Let's take a look at the Guardian. What do we have on the
All right,
front
very
page?
quickly on the Guardian newspaper. On the very top says that Obi and lawmakers obedience to join ADC on December 31. Right. You find that on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. And here says that Gazetted Tax Act illegal. Amount to forgery. Article insists. The Gazetted Tax Act illegal amounts to forgery. Article insists. Still on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. And I'm seeing David Mark here talking about Zamfara attack. Tinubu's trip to Europe, UAE shows lack of empathy, says ADC. Zamfara attack, Tinubu's trip to Europe, and UAE shows lack of empathy, and says ADC. And the big one here says an oversight concerns as assemblies hastily pass 34.63 trillion naira budget. Oversight concerns as assemblies hastily passed 34.63 trillion naira and budget. You find that big story on the page 6 of the Guardian newspaper. All right, here talking about the budgeting process. States approved 2026 budgets, trillions of naira. Says at the state level, elected lawmakers have turned budget appropriation sessions into mere rituals, adopting the proposals as transmitted by the governors. And it says here that in some cases, the budgets were passed in 24 hours, leaving no time for the members to study and fully understand the spending priorities of their state. The budgeting process has been outlined here and too numerous to mention. I will move down to federal government seeks to calm markets as US airstrikes test sovereignty economy. Still on page 6, federal government seeks to calm markets as US airstrikes test sovereignty economy. And I'm seeing the first scammer here talking about airlines agencies fear low patronage as US visa ban begins January 1. Airlines agencies fear low patronage as US visa ban begins January 1. And here, seeing Wike and Fubara as pro Tinubu chants won't secure second term, Wike tells Fubara. We find that interesting story on the on page 29 of the Guardian newspaper. And underneath here says, in the panorama page, says the federal government withheld 20 billion naira Ibadan explosion aid over refusal to pay bribe. Federal government withheld 20 billion naira Ibadan explosion aid over refusal to pay bribe. And on page 5 of the Guardian newspaper this morning is saying that 34 out of 62 lawyers fail integrity tests, disqualified from High Court judges' race. I take that again. 34 out of 62 lawyers fail integrity test, disqualified from High Court judges' race. Whoa.
All right.
So many stories here on the Guardian newspaper.
The one that caught my attention is the Minister of Aviation, Kiamo, saying that, they recorded low fares due to the the ban from the US starting from January 1st. Don't you think that is ridiculous? Because we all know that, you know, most Nigerians do not apply the route of the US, because the US has never been easy for people, most especially in African countries, to actually, like, you know, come into. So don't you think that is just an excuse?
It's not just for Nigerians. The US, we have a lot of expatriates here. We have a lot of people from other countries that fly from Nigeria to the US. So,
how would that now make us record low fares? That's what I'm saying.
Like, if they are here and they want to go back to the US from here, are they not going to pay, the fare to travel? Or even if it's not Nigerians, a lot of Nigerians still go. You might not have the records, Debbie. A lot of Nigerians travel to the US.
How many Nigerians?
You might not have the record. But then again, you know, if the minister is citing fears on this and saying that, you know, because of this, and they will experience a low fare, they're talking about that. But we here in Nigeria, we also want the fare to be low for local travels, interstate travels.
That's not what the headline
I know
is saying.
this is not what the headline is saying, but I'm saying that if they're experiencing fears in this angle, what about the fears of Nigerians? What about the fears of Nigerians in what we are? Do you understand? They should not just be thinking of themselves in this regard.
I don't even know whether it's
a general thing. It's a general thing.
Look at the cartoon of the day as we proceed. We're pressed for time. The cartoon of the day, we have Donald Trump, or somebody who looks like him, and he comes bearing gifts. Santa Trump. He comes bearing gifts and said, "Merry Christmas, Nigeria." And the gifts looks like missiles, missiles covered with the American flag. Now, just so you know, this is actually like, this is stating it that it's our missiles. What you couldn't do, we could do. You can just accept the gifts that I actually bring to you. Who.
What this simply means is that, as ironic as it might sound, and quite interesting, I will say this: the world knows Donald Trump for who he is. Let me tell you. And some might agree, some might disagree. The fact that he had initially said we will come into Nigeria guns blazing, and then diplomatic talks came afterwards, it was beginning to be clear that, look, his words would just end up being just words and not action. So in his mind of minds, look, even if you guys will not agree, Nigeria, for us to do what we need to do, at least protect our countries and Donald Trump's, words. That's why he was pushing to make sure that missile dropped. As far as I'm concerned, to protect his image.
You know Trump better than anybody.
Well, what is
and you know that nothing Trump is stuck and do.
But I've said something.
Trump does not bluff.
I've said something.
He has audacity.
And you know what?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
If we are going to toe this line, we should remember one thing before we leave, which is this: as much as we want the terrorists to be eliminated, let's also think about the downside of it.
What's the downside of it? Just
Let's think about that.
1 minute, what's the downside?
Leave it at that.
You cannot justify it. No.
What
is the downside of having to eliminate terrorists? You have to tell me the downside.
So let's leave it at that.
I'm not leaving it. All right. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio this morning. This is all we can take for the newspaper review. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and coming up next is the Business Week. Just stay with us.
Wow.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
and welcome to Business Day Television. This is Business Week, and I must say that this will be our final edition for the year 2025. We promise to resume in the first week of 2026 with robust conversation, focused exploration of some of the most important economic developments in our nation. Before we get into the conversation today, one or two important things happening around the world. Firstly, Nigeria appears to be inflicting upon itself a fiscal crisis that is completely needless. I am aware that this is the focus of Business Day this morning on their front page, as well as on the front page of the Lagos Guardian. We're going to talk about this at some point later. How does a government that told its people that when you properly price foreign exchange, a lot of money will accrue to the government. When you properly price petrol prices, a lot of money will accrue to the government, and that might even reduce the borrowing. But what have we seen? A borrowing binge that seemed to have surged, and the people, the people of Nigeria, continuing to say that they don't feel anything. And then massive budget deficits, so much so that even the government itself cannot even count the figures of the deficit. They are going back to the National Assembly to place before the Assembly the 2024-2025 budget. And they have submitted 2026 budget without a clear foundation. We will talk about that later. And then, of course, on the foreign scene, the U.S. government, especially President Donald Trump, is intensifying his attack on Venezuela. In the last 1 week, U.S. Coast Guards have been pursuing oil tankers in the Caribbean. First, it was an oil tanker that was said not to have certification to pick cargo from Venezuela. And then second vessel, and we hear this morning that the U.S. Coast Guards are indeed pursuing a third vessel. All of this is leading to tension in the global oil market that is, even if temporarily, helping oil prices to firm. That will be our view of what is happening around the world today. So, gentlemen, welcome. I have, as usual, in the studio, Dr. Adeosun, who is Chief Economist at Business Day, and of course, Lolade Akimu Rile, the editor of Business Day. Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I'd like for us to get into the conversation this morning by me asking each of you to please list for me two important economic developments that stand out for you in the year 2025. And I'm going to start with you, Dr. Adeosun.
Thank you so much. Let me say compliment of the season to our esteemed viewers. The first one for me will be, generally speaking, the macroeconomic stability that we are attaining. I would like to particularly say I'm delighted with the fact that inflation has steadily come down to what it is now, around 14.45%, and I think that's a very big kudos to the central bank team, and hopefully we'll begin to see how this reduced inflation translates to the pocket of the average Nigerian. So
what makes this a standout issue for you?
First and foremost, taking a step back to last year and the year before, when we had over 20-something percent, 30 or 30-something percent, before the basin, yeah. It was almost like we were heading for a catastrophe. And if that inflation trend was sustained, we might have ended in street riots, chaos, and it might have accentuated the insecurity. Even the so-called rich or middle class will not have been safe anymore, because we are going to a place of desperation as a result of hunger and increased cost of living. So that's one reason why reversing that trend and bringing it to what it is now is a major milestone, in my opinion.
Interesting. All right, Lorade, I'll ask you to name one, and we will talk about that and the point of macroeconomic stability that Dr. Adeosun alluded.
Thank you, sir. I think for me it would be the Naira stability. And if you really look at it, it also feeds into the point that Dr. Adeosun has made about inflation. Because one of the drivers of the decline in inflation that we've seen is also the Naira stability, aside the fact that, of course, we've had a rebasing that has attached new weightings to different items in the food basket that has just made the rates go down. But for me, Naira stability, I mean, we've gone from a point where you check major newspapers, what dominates the headlines is about the Naira rates, but nobody seems to check anymore. It's almost like everyone expects that, look, you know what rate it is, it's transparent enough, you know what rate you're going to get when you go to the market. So the news that was around, the rate is at this rate, is at this level, just seem to dissipate really for most of the year. And that's real kudos to the central bank, because I feel like that has set the foundation for the rapid economic expansion that most people are predicting in 2026, because it's such a big deal. The Naira, the exchange rate impacts almost everything we do as a country, impacts the economy as well. And every other thing feeds up from there. That's why I was saying earlier that even the inflationary gains that we're seeing is also partly down to the Naira stability. So it's really good. I mean, it's positive. But for me, I think we shouldn't rest on our oars. It's important to start thinking now of how to sustain the foreign inflows that we've seen that has helped steady the Naira, how to sustain that going forward so that it's not just a flash in the pan, but it's something that we have with us for many, many years to come. Just a stable currency that ensures that businesses, it reduces the cost of doing business and takes away the uncertainty that used to bedevil doing business in Nigeria. And I think part of that Naira stability as well is also down to the operations of the Dangote refinery, because you can't take away the fact that the refinery has come fully on stream. It has taken off some demand from foreign exchange demand from the market, and that has also helped the Naira. Without the Dangote refinery, I wonder where we would be.
And apart from demand, it has also stabilized, or in fact, brought prices down, petrol prices down as well.
Exactly, and it's important that we say that this is happening against the backdrop of lower oil prices, because typically Nigeria's currency tends to feel the heat when oil prices tend to slide down. But that has been happening, but the Naira is still stable. So that's real big kudos. And for me, that's one big economic event for 2025.
Thank you. Now, let's come back to inflation. Inflation coming down doesn't necessarily mean that prices are coming down. It just says that prices are increasing at a slower momentum than the previous period, if you're measuring month by month. But the important thing, and I really want us to talk about this, the important thing is Nigerians continue to complain. Are they unrealistic? Are they unwilling to accept the fact? Or is it that the deceleration in inflation is incapable of bringing any respite to the average Nigerian? What exactly is it?
I think it's more of a case that most Nigerians are comparing where prices are now, 23 or 2022. So it depends on the base year you're looking at.
Okay.
So if you look at that, then there's really no succor. There's been no succor in inflation. It's been a massive increase, whether you're looking at the cost of a bag of rice or a bag of beans, things that most Nigerians consume. If you compare it to 2023 then. But if you compare it to 2024, then you see that, okay, yes, there's been some sort of decline, deceleration. Prices are not rising as fast as they were rising at the time. So I think it just depends on where your base year, where you're comparing from, but you still can't take away the fact that
there's still pain in the land.
That's my point exactly. There's still pain in the land. Most of the gains that we're seeing is also down to the rebasing, which is more arithmetic than real impact. So you'll find that if we were to still continue calculating inflation with the old measure, the old rates, you would definitely see that perhaps maybe deceleration, yes, because of the Naira stability, but it will not be 14% at the last reading.
I'm not sure there's a proof of that. Dr. Ayoteriba, for instance, says there is no proof that the deceleration numbers that we see are linked to rebasing. He argues, for instance, that regardless of rebasing, we still would have seen the deceleration that we're seeing today.
Yes, we would have seen the deceleration.
I think it is fair just to have both sides of the argument.
I agree. We would have seen a deceleration, but not to 14.45%.
I'm not exactly sure because no one has done. I've not
any
seen
analysis to
any
show
analysis
the impact.
to say if we continued with the former basket.
Yes.
That this is what will be now against where we are today.
Yes.
So I'd like to, as a journalist, I always say that Nigerians have a way, very ingenious people. When the data is good, they don't believe. When it's bad, they believe. And it doesn't matter whether it's from the same.
Well, so, there's this. So, Stamic IBTC, they push out this weekly economic notes. Yeah. So, their chief economist there has actually been calculated every time the NBS releases inflation data. He has tried, even though he has said that this might not be accurate, he has tried to just estimate what the inflation rate will be, looking at the old methodology. Yes, and I think the last reading, I think it was 26%. Yeah, 26% compared to, but there's been a decline, no doubt, which is where I agree with Dr. Ayotariba's prognosis that yes, indeed, whether or not we've had the rebasing, would have still seen the decline. Because if you see the factors like the Naira stability, for instance, that has definitely positively impacted the inflation rate. So yeah, 14.5%. That's quite good.
Let's take one more point. I mean, when inflation surged, we were very divided in terms of why inflation was heading northwards. Some people argued, and very vehemently, that the reason was linked to the volatility of the Naira. Others were of the view that the surge in inflation can be traceable to the size of or the volume of money in circulation. From hindsight now, what have we learned? Because next time we may come to the same position. It's important for us to know what has helped to really crystallize the deceleration in inflation. Dr. Dave.
So I would say that if you go back to the basics, elementary economics, inflation is generally when you have too much money
chasing few goods. Yeah.
So bottom line is our productivity and production level. Now, all the other factors, forex, and so on and so forth, are important.
You don't think forex was core central?
It was part of it, but
it wasn't core. You mean?
Well, core may be relative, but it still speaks to demand. When you are demanding for products.
Yeah. Can I jump in here? You know, inflation. It's either you have demand pull, which is what you explained, that too much money chasing few goods, or cost shock. So a case where
exactly inflation.
Exactly. Yes. Where the cost of producing, the cost of production is just too high, people can't afford it. That's also another side of inflation. I'll say it's a mix of both. On one hand, you had too much money in circulation. The central bank has been mopping up that liquidity, and that has definitely helped inflation. On the other end, you have the Naira stability, because of course, we rely quite heavily on imports, especially the manufacturers and all of that.
Is there any evidence of us feeling a reduction in money supply in Nigeria?
Yeah, money in circulation has reduced. If you look at money supply,
I'm not talking about data. I'm talking about feel.
The feel now.
So you will see that.
Is it just a paper reduction in money?
From a feeling perspective, you will see that the average Nigerian is extra cautious now with expenditure.
Yes. And we're taking on loans as well. Cost of borrowing is high.
It's high.
That's a sign of
people are more
less liquidity.
Less assured relative to the past. And these are evidences that from a few perspectives, Nigerians are more cautious and people are complaining.
And I can give a quick example. I was at the wedding on Saturday, and those money changers. Those money changers. I was at the wedding on Saturday. Those money changers that typically go around within the word saying, typically my experience is that when I go for weddings like that, before you know it, you start to beg them to even get some cash. They run out quickly. But this time around, the lady was moving. They were like 6 of them. They were moving around. They still had lots of cash. Nobody was looking their way. They were asking, they were saying, oh, you know what, okay, we're selling for this amount. Nobody said anything. They brought it down by 50%. Nobody said anything. At some point, they were just saying, just buy it off us. We bought it here already. I would be happy to. But nobody was. So that's perhaps another sign that, liquidity is a little bit tight.
That confirms the point that people are spending very cautiously. Anyway, let us pivot to the next 2 points that you may have. I'll start with you, Lolade. What is your own second out economic issue in Nigeria in 2025?
I think I have to look at the stock market here, because I know that investment is another key thing. I think this year we've seen the stock market really start to attract the confidence that it used to have in the past. Foreign investors are coming back. I think the reform journey started in 2023. Some of them did not rush back in because they had their fingers burnt in the past. They waited to just see what was going on. 2024 as well, they were still testing the waters. But I think in 2025, even though it hasn't peaked yet, but I think it's the year where you're seeing that resurgence in foreign investor confidence in our stock market. You can look at the market return is over 30% year to date, and that has been the trend for the last 2 years. Investor confidence that it lost in the last 2 or 3 years.
Well, thanks a lot. So for you, two things: the naira stability, and of course the surge in capitalization of the Nigerian stock exchange. Dr. What would be your second? Talked about the macroeconomic stability. What second
Another point to highlight for me is our taking $47 billion in external reserve. That, for me, is huge. It's huge because it shows that, give or take, we are now able to get in more foreign exchange, which also affects other things like inflation. And it shows that as a government, as a people, we can earn more. And of course, I'm particularly delighted because non-oil exports also significantly contributed to this increase in foreign reserve. So for me, it's delightful because we've attained heights we've not seen in like 4 or 5 years in 2025 from a forex perspective.
Interesting. We've seen, as you said, a surge in foreign inflows led largely by FPIs, foreign portfolio investment. And I think you are probably I'm not exactly sure what the numbers are, but as Dr. Dioshun said, we have witnessed unprecedented flows in foreign exchange. And all of that, I believe, led to the stability in FX rates that we are seeing. So what concerns should there be, given, as we all know,
hot money,
that FBI is hot money? But I always say to people, why are you looking for a cure for a problem you do not have, or for a sickness that you don't have? Should we be bothered about that now, Lolade?
Yeah, I think, of course, we have to. History just suggests that you have to be very careful. We've been here before in terms of just attracting hot money, and then all of a sudden, just one little shift, and all of that money went out. So while it's good to have that, it's also important to always have a contingency plan, to also open up other sources of foreign inflows, so that you're not overly reliant on foreign portfolio inflows, as is the case with us right now. So you want to talk about diaspora remittances, for instance. We need more policies that ensures that we incentivize diaspora remittance inflows, because we know that Nigerians in the diaspora have got quite significant amounts of money, and they're just looking for the right investment vehicles to bring that money back to Nigeria. So that's one important thing. Oil exports, we don't control the price, and recently we've stopped being able to even control the production, but that's not something that you can really plan with as it looks now. But FDI is also another point. Even though that is more long-term, I believe that we will start to see more FDI next year. I remember that I had a conversation with a foreign investor last week, and he was talking about how next year will be really pivotal for foreign direct investors, because typically they tend to take a cycle of, say, 4 to 5 years to just evaluate a country's reforms. If they see that there's no risk of a reversal then it means that they can put their money in that country. So they said that by next year, then conversations will start. They'll start having conversations with Nigerian government officials as to areas where they can invest. The opportunities are there. We had the glowing commendation that came the other time from Mr. Bayo Ogunlesi, when he visited. So I think that that's also one area to look at. So I just believe it's really about political will. If we do the right things, implement the right policies, then we won't have to be so reliant on FPIs, and we can just open up other sources of foreign inflows that would help ensure that the naira stability we're seeing now is sustained over the long run.
Fantastic. So very well. I mean, 4 key developments that stand out, and it turns out that all the 4 are positive. There is also the credit rating upgrade for Nigeria. There is also the exit from the grey list. So, I mean, huge positives for Nigeria. I'm sure you will all agree.
Yeah. Huge positives. The only downside is that the average Nigerian is still not able to feel the real impact of this. Yes, most of these gains are macro level gains, but they haven't really trickled down to the vulnerable Nigerians. Poverty is deepening. The World Bank put out a report to say that 137 million Nigerians slipped into poverty this year. So that's the only downside. A lot of people cannot relate to some of the things that we have talked about here.
Those people
jobs.
Are wondering whether they are Nigerians.
Exactly. Or whether they're living in Nigeria. They need jobs.
This is a very, very
they need inflation to fall faster.
Cascading these macroeconomic gains into a welfareism. But I want to say here that there needs to be better synergy between the government and the citizenry. Let's use a very recent positive development, the reduction in PMS. Please, you can check. Transport has not reduced anywhere in Nigeria. So the gains from Dangote's reduction in refinery price is going to transporters. I went to Ibadan on Saturday, 8,000.
No, but
I came back on Sunday, 9,001. I'm sure they will say it's demand and supply. Christmas.
Christmas period. It's not a good time to measure.
But the point came down significantly.
But the point that I wanted to make is everybody is not going into a bus. People are buying fuel into their cars, and those people are feeling the benefit of almost 100 million, almost 100 naira reduction.
Food should have dropped. When you say God is not good to us, don't forget that food is still entering lorries and
so what can be done about that? So is there anything that can be done about that?
So there needs to be some form of shift and reorientation.
What kind of shift are you talking about?
Nigerians need to cooperate with the government. We can't say everything government. They give us a rebate, but we don't transfer it to the consumer. I think it's unfair.
Yes, I hope you are.
Partner stations.
I hope you are enjoying our conversation. We never seem all to agree on this panel, which is good, because in economics, all things are never equal. We will take a break at this point, but I assure you we will come back very quickly. This is Business Week. Welcome back to Business Week, a weekly economic roundup brought to you by BusinessDay Television. Before we went on break, we examined 4 very important standout economic issues in Nigeria in 2025. Now we will pivot and talk about what is beginning to look like a self-inflicted fiscal crisis. It is emerging, but it is real. It is coming down like a trailer coming down the hill. And we all might need to begin to go for cover very quickly. And what do I mean? In 2024, the government budgeted more than it could find cash to cover. In 2025, the government repeated the indulgence. And in 2026, the government seeks to do exactly the same thing. Doing the same bad thing and expecting a good turnout. Take 2025 budget, for instance. The budget estimate was 54 trillion naira. 12 trillion of that came in as actual revenue. 14 trillion was all we could borrow, meaning that half of the budget did not have cash backup. Not surprising, government is not able to do all it says it will do. And the biggest victim has been capital expenditure, where it highlights the perils that we face as a nation with the emerging fiscal crisis. So soon, after we were told that if we deregulated petrol price, our borrowing affliction will end or slow down. We were told that if we better priced the naira, the dollar, that Nigeria would have money. And in fact, not too long ago, the president himself said, we have arrived. So Lolade, why is this a big issue that made Business Day to lead with it today?
Yeah, I think it's a big one. What we're seeing really is fiscal recklessness. Like you rightly said.
Fiscal recklessness.
Yes, like you rightly said, we already started seeing gaps in the budget as far as 2024, where revenue projections did not match actual revenues. Same thing happened in 2025. And then we're about to repeat the same thing in 2026, which I find really shocking. So 58 trillion naira budget for 2026, revenue expectation of 34 trillion naira.
And I bet those revenues will not come.
It's unlikely because if you look at 2025, we've just got 12 trillion.
Yes.
And
they're
expecting 34 trillion
to go
by almost 3 times in 2026. I'm not sure where that money is going to come from. If you look at some of the predications there for the oil price, for instance, about $65. If you compare that to what we're hearing, most people feel like this. In fact, it's already happening. There's a supply growth in the market.
$60 a barrel.
Precisely. Most of the big banks believe the same, that it will be between $50 to $55. We're still expecting 1.8 million barrels a day versus the average of 1.5 that we did this year. So if you look at it, on the best, from most of the numbers that we analyze in putting out our lead story today, it looks more likely that the government might just end up raising like half of the 2026 revenue target, which would come to about 17 trillion. Now, if that happens, you already have a budget deficit of 23 trillion on paper right now. That's if you are able to raise 34 trillion in revenues. But if you end up raising just half of the revenues at 17 trillion, then you could end up with a deficit of 40 trillion.
Some of this, and so that we can better provide a better context here. Now, I don't think any of us here is suggesting that we should not dream. Yeah. So Nigeria must dream and be audacious. I have absolutely no problem with that. But Nigeria also must be realistic.
Mm-hmm.
We're at a time when, as the World Bank says, over 100 million Nigerians in poverty. This is the time for very careful, painstaking, calculated approach by government. It's not a time for meaningless politics. It's not a time for taking the people for a ride. When you look at budget estimates for the last 3 years, 2024, 2025, and the estimate that has just been placed before the National Assembly, let's unpack it. Oil revenue production consistently unrealizable. And the government hasn't told us anything that will change in 2026. Oil price. And what I find crazy about this is the executive goes to the National Assembly with an oil price that is slightly muted. And then the assembly jacks it up because that's where they dream the most, and that's where they eat pounded yam the most as well. And then they jack it up beyond levels that are reasonable. Yeah? Now we are finding that as huge as our appetite is for borrowing, Nigeria cannot borrow fast enough to meet the gap that it is creating.
Yeah. It's impossible. If you end up with a deficit of 40 trillion, where are you going to get that cash from? And that then brings us to the fact that that would even negatively impact the economy if you try to raise that from the, even though you know that you've got the domestic borrowing angle and then the external borrowing, but if you try to raise at least half of that domestically, you crowd out the private sector, which is really the true engine of economic growth. Because where would it get? I mean, all this talk we're having about the need for interest rates to come down so that businesses can access more affordable credit. It will be a pipe dream because the government is in the market blowing everybody out of water because they have huge debt obligations to meet.
And Dr. Agdiashon, please address this for me because you're talking about dreaming. This year, 2025, the total federal government revenues amounted to 12 trillion. Debt service in Nigeria in 2025 was 1 trillion a month, which means that 100% of federal government revenues were deployed to pay debt. How much should we dream, sir?
So, we have multiple budgets running. We still have 2024.
Which is an indictment.
We have 2025.
It's also a sign that we've been over budget. We've been dreaming too big, really.
And do we know why we
can? Maybe not the dreaming. Maybe the execution has not matched up with the dream.
And then suddenly 2026, the execution is going to match up.
Don't forget that. Don't forget that this is the third year of this administration. And the administration, in quotes, will try to push bigger.
Is it
Nigerians?
Is it because of the election coming?
It's a pre-election year.
So
this should be their best year ever.
Best year in what?
And you can see what
in reckless budgeting.
Not reckless budgeting, in relentless execution, mobilization of funds. See, I know there are pockets of concerns, and they are very valid. Just a few weeks ago, from a private sector perspective, Afriex Bank still provided one of the top Nigerian banks $750 million lifeline to expand oil and gas production. We are working on reducing gas flaring. So there are pockets of revenue streams we are missing out.
But those things take years to be translated from projects and project financing to actual revenues or tax revenues for government. They take time.
Absolutely.
They take time.
I think, for example, our revenues are grossly underutilized. We are not doing enough. A lot of people are still way outside of the tax.
I agree.
And these are things we need to mop up.
Yes, I agree.
The targets may be overtly ambitious, but if that is what will stretch us out of this limit,
that's not what
we need.
That's not what you need to stretch you. What you need to stretch you is implementation capacity. When you develop that implementation capacity, then you can stretch your dream. You don't stretch your dream and expect that your implementation capacity is going to get better. You're wasting your time because you're dealing with the same people. You're dealing with the same system. You're dealing with the same waste. There's absolutely no point. For me, that's a grave area of error by this administration. It's like they don't have economists in government.
Really?
How do you assume revenues that you know over the years you have never achieved, and you are even topping it for 2026? What's going on?
And it's an it's just a clear sign that we've failed to achieve our revenue projections, and that's why you've seen these multiple budgets running concurrently.
And then what happened to savings from petrol subsidy removal? What happened to savings from proper pricing of the foreign exchange that we earn? What has happened? Anyway,
I think one of the biggest criticism against this government really is that fiscal transparency is nowhere close to previous administrations.
So far this year, there hasn't been any budget implementation report.
Precisely.
And it is simply because of the disaster that we have on our hands.
It's a huge gap.
It's a huge one. So
And
they're
just-
covering a lot.
And it accentuates the trust deficit that the government has to deal with.
Exactly.
Why would people believe them?
Exactly.
Why? Tell me why people should
especially
believe
going
government.
into a year where you have tax reforms, they will be asking some people at least, to pay more taxes. And you've not done enough to just It's
interesting.
Utilization.
And you know the danger in this. When we carry on this way, it will become very clear that the only way to get out of it is to put in place an IMF supervised program. That's where we are headed. That's where we are headed. Unless the government takes heed very quickly, this budget that they have sent to the National Assembly, it should go back.
Yeah.
I talked to people who said to me that they are budgeting 54 trillion. A more sensible level would be something like 38 trillion naira.
I doubt this National Assembly.
Which will make sense, because how
No,
do
but the National Assembly doesn't care.
They won't send it back.
It's a pity. It's a pity then. How does your budget rise by?
It's shocking.
How does your budget rise by 115% in just 2 years?
How?
Come on, is it a Ponzi scheme?
Perhaps it is. Some people say, many of the things that
some state budget too has risen.
That was.
It has.
We don't want to talk about the states because if we talk about the states, we're not going to leave here today. Now let's go on to our final point of topic of conversation today. This morning, BusinessDay announced its person of the year in the person of the richest man in Africa, Aliko Dangote. And I found very interesting the headline. Aliko Dangote makes all the bet on the refinery, and then he won.
Yeah. Please
explain to us.
He bet everything on the refinery and he won. I think, if we go back to when Aliko Dangote muted the idea of building a refinery, I think a lot of people came out to say, come on, you've got to be foolish to think you can do this. Nigeria has existed for how many years now? We've been producing crude oil. The irony has always been that how does a country blessed with crude oil just essentially export all of that crude and then import refined petroleum, because we didn't have a single functional refinery, and we're spending billions of dollars on turnaround maintenances every other year that led to nothing. And then you have this private sector man who was, who had this bold dream to say that, look, I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is and invest $20 billion in a refinery, and it would work. A lot of people thought, come on. Even when when it got to the point of importing some of the heavy duty equipment, a lot of people doubted along the way. It looked like it wasn't going to happen. The goalpost was shifted multiple times. That's the date of the start for the refinery. But here we are today. Against all odds, he has delivered that refinery. Nigeria has gone from being a net importer of refined petroleum products to a net exporter. Not just a net exporter, but a net exporter to the US, which just tells you about the quality of the petroleum product that the Dangote refinery produces, because, of course, the US is a market with very high standards. So what has now happened is that even though that has translated to gains for the man himself in terms of his wealth, but it has had an even bigger impact on the economy and on the people. We were talking earlier about some of our biggest events for 2025. We talked about the Naira stability, we talked about inflation coming down, the impact of that. And a lot of that is down to the operations of the refinery. I think that's one of the reasons why the previous central bank governor, Godwin Emefiele, was really doing his best to support the refinery, because he knew that that refinery fully functioning would solve a lot of the problems he had at the time with foreign exchange. And that has just crystallized this year. The Naira has been stable. We had the Dangote refinery. It has also helped break the jinx of the usual petrol scarcity that we experienced during festive seasons. This year, it hasn't been the case. Last year, the same thing. The man has just unilaterally transformed Nigeria's fortunes. I think he deserves even more credit than he gets. And we thought that it would be important. I mean, we are the voice of business. It would be important for us to just showcase the man and give him the credit he deserves by naming him our Man of the Year, just by the sheer impact that his investment has had on the Nigerian economy and on average Nigerians.
Fantastic. I noticed the artist's impression of him, which you had on your front page. I hope we can show it to our viewers. Very good work done by the artist. But Dr. Adeosun, what's your take on Dangote being the Man of the Year?
Well deserved. And I'd like to contribute by saying that he has also fought a lot.
Mm-hmm.
When I say fights, I'm putting this out there so that people will know that great outcomes are a result of great attention to details, taking on stakeholders. Because some of your stakeholders that are in quotes supposed to be your allies unintentionally may be fighting against you.
Precisely.
And I'll give you 3 instances. Some of these workers, union, these are people that, of course, they had good intentions, but he was able to work around it. And he identified some employees that he thinks will be a stumbling block. And he moved them to other aspects of the business. Of course, after back and forth with the national union. That's one key thing. Another one stakeholder is the regulator. You know, on multiple fronts. First, there was an issue of him, you know, not being given crude, and he had to go out to get it.
And even before that, the regulator said the refinery was not ready. The refinery even doubted the quality of the refined product.
Shocking. Even though he never visited the refinery.
You know,
he never visited the refinery. But when he had the falls done in Port Harcourt refinery, he was there. He always functional. Number where are we with that today?
So you see that, and this is for maybe other industrialists, entrepreneurs, or even SME owners, that the journey to greatness is cut out. And don't think that because you are Dangote, you will have it easy. We all know now that he's working at, let me use the state language, he's hustling. So we must be able and willing to take the battles ahead of us, one at a time. And no respite. Because it's almost like as Dangote is surmounting all obstacles.
They are coming up with new tricks. You know, I mean, in January of 2019, that was the year of COVID. We were in a hotel room, the hotel that the former vice president, Professor Shibajo, was staying. And it was at the conference room that Nigeria launched its, what's it called? The free trade thing to focus on textile.
CFTA.
K. Enalama then was Minister of Investment, so he led the conversation. I was in the room. At some point when Aliko spoke, he said something very instructive. He said he thought that in Nigeria, it would be good for government to create a department that helps to ensure that from the time when an investment decision is announced to when the plant is running, that government is there all the way to ensure that it is not just an announcement made, to help smoothen the path for the investors to be able to realize their dream. That's one. The other point is that I was in the room at Sheraton Hotel when Dangote first announced that he was going to build this refinery. And he said to me, because I had said to him that, not to him, to the audience, that I thought that only a madman would build a refinery in Nigeria, given the strict government control on price. And Aliko took the microphone and said, I am that person you are referring to. I want to build a refinery. And there was something he said, that when the refinery is complete and Nigeria is not ready to take the product, because he was building a world-class refinery, he will sell the product to the rest of the world. And you can see that he prepared for that, because much of that is happening today. You know. But the third point that I'd like to make is that the success of Aliko, in my view, signposts the quality of private capital. And makes the point why Nigeria must truly allow the enthronement of private capital at the very highest level. It is the only way that Nigeria is going to make product.
Clearly.
One comment from each of you and we will wrap up.
I think that's a very powerful comment. I totally agree. Yes, it's really a signpost of what private capital can do, how it can transform the fortunes of a country. I mean, we talked earlier about how we've tried to have a functional refinery, government-owned refineries, it never worked. But look at what the Dangote refinery has done. It just it just showed that it's not rocket science to have a functional refinery. We used to think it was rocket science.
It's not.
So I think that's a really powerful point.
Thank you. Dr. Leofshin?
I look forward to 2026, greater improved welfare for the average citizen and average business owner and company, and good health. That will be my position.
Thank you very much. Well, viewers, as I said earlier, this will be our last edition for 2025. It is for us to wish you a fantastic Christmas and a blessed 2026. We have done a lot in terms of what we have achieved as a nation, but there is a lot that still has to be done. There are some old ways we are unwilling to quit, like budgeting recklessly. But I think that the work that has been done to create significant macroeconomic stability should propel businesses and individuals into a good 2026. And that's our wish for you, that your 2026 will be better than 2025. You take good care. See you in 2026.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key Mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
The Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television, and you're just in time for the Big Story segment. And conversation today centering on terrorism, global implication of Trump's ordered strikes on Nigeria. As Nigeria grapples with persistent security threats, on the 25th of December, the U.S. ordered airstrikes in Sokoto have pushed the country's counter-terrorism effort into the global spotlight. The operation carried out with Nigerian authorities but ordered by US President Donald Trump has raised critical questions about sovereignty, foreign military involvement, and the broader geopolitical consequences of combating terrorism in West Africa. Beyond the immediate battlefield gains, analysts are now asking whether such strikes strengthen long-term security or risk deepening instability in an already fragile region. It also comes at a time when terrorism is increasingly transactional, with funding networks, ideology, and operational links stretching far beyond national borders. The reality places Nigeria not just at the center of a domestic security challenge, but within a wider global counter-terrorism framework where international interests and local realities must carefully align. And joining us now to examine the global, regional, and domestic implication of this development is Collins Weke, is a Belgium-based Nigerian global affairs analyst. Mr. Weke, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me, Elizabeth. Very good morning to you.
All right, so let's start with the context and significance of these strikes. To begin, what do you know so far about the specific militant group targeted in Thursday's airstrike in Sokoto, and how significant are they within the Nigeria border terrorism landscape?
Well, what we have seen play out now is actually an implementation of a promise that Donald Trump had actually made to Nigeria and Nigerians, particularly to the terrorist network. He started off in a very bad footing when he framed the situation in Nigeria as a religious religion-induced violence, terrorism. But in the period afterwards, based on the pushback, the response from the Nigerian government, and despite the deepening of that religious terrorism induced situation that he got from quite a number of important sources, particularly Christian agitators, Christian supporters. He actually started softening his language a little bit. But fast forward, he told the world that if Nigerian government is not doing anything or anything visible, and if the terrorists themselves aren't actually rescinding, he's going to get in with America. And so, on Christmas Day, he did get in, like he promised he would do. Now, we saw from the initial statements, that came from his, office, actually written by himself. It positioned this as something unilaterally done by the United States of America, but you see, Nigerian government intervened immediately with their own, statement, actually, clarifying the point that America didn't act alone. Nigerian government actually gave them the required international, permission to do so. Now, it created some confusions. It was like there were two different stories. But yes, indeed, two different stories, but two that were carefully curated, of the same event. So that said, citizens are right to interrogate any divergence. In diplomacy, such differences are common, but they also place a responsibility on governments to communicate more clearly over time, not less. So that is the situation that we are facing at this moment.
Speaking about the attack, can you tell us who exactly was attacked? Do you think it was the civilians, the militants, and can we be certain?
Well, the question of who was attacked, is a very important one. For a start, official statements indicate that ISIS linked militant targets were the ones attacked and not civilians. However, responsible analysis demands that such claims be independently verified over time, because credibility in counterterrorism depends as much on transparency as on intent. Now, what we know of America's modus operandi in situations of this nature, as far as the ordinary eyes like yours and mine could see, is that they start with a situation that kind of degrades the capacity of the terrorist group. Now, we can only surmise that the reason they actually set their eyes on Sokoto, and particularly the facility that was attacked, is because the intelligence that they have actually points to that place as where the stockpiles of arms and ammunition of ISIS, Boko Haram, is actually positioned. Now, that also gives the indication, as my counter-terrorism associates and friends will tell me, I'm not one, it gives the indication that this is just the beginning of perhaps series of attacks that will, gradually get to the leadership of ISIS in Nigeria and Boko Haram. But this is a warning sign meant to, degrade their capacity and limit them from carrying out, continued mayhem in Nigeria.
The US president, he framed the attack around protecting Christians. So isn't that a dangerous oversimplification of the Nigeria crisis?
It is problematic, yes. Even when well-intentioned, religious framing simplifies a deeply layered crisis, and I mentioned that in my intro. Nigeria's more cautious language was absolutely necessary, but going forward, partners, in this case Nigeria and the United States, should be mindful that external narratives can carry internal consequences. And so we know that it is, difficult, challenging to always align because the United States in this case will identify what they believe to be, in their national interest in terms of projecting strength and so on and so forth, and of course, playing to their domestic audience. Nigeria will do exactly the same exercise, and on the basis of the outcome of these two exercises, they will then, craft their communication. That was exactly what we have seen here. So the United States wanted to actually frame this as a United States being very, very, powerful, will always, defend democracy, counter-terrorism will be challenged anywhere in the world, and that America has that strength to do that. And the communication of the, president actually went along that line, whereas that of Nigeria was actually based on, proving legitimacy by saying, yes, we are a sovereign nation and we gave the permission for the attack to take place. So the framing as a religious one is dangerous indeed, yet Nigeria was, on hand to and consistent in actually correcting that, narrative without getting into unnecessary fight with the United States.
All right, Mr. Nweke, you can agree with me that this operation marks a notable escalation in U.S. involvement. So do you think this signals a shift in how terrorism in Nigeria is now being perceived internationally, from a domestic security issue to a global threat?
Well, if not well managed, if not well curated, yes, it could, in fact, make the situation worse than it was. But you see, there is something we can't deny, Elizabeth, and that is the fact that so far, Nigeria has actually proven that there is no way they can do this all by themselves. Counterterrorism is not something that is, or terrorism, for a start, is not something that is confined to one border, even if it is happening in a specific, location, in this case, in Nigeria, in the, northwest, northeast, and so on and so forth, and then moving on to, the middle belt and so on, spreading very fast, nationwide. We also know that it has a global impact, and Nigeria has not shown that it can do it alone. There's not any country that can do it again. So America's help, as indeed help from anywhere in the world, is very much welcome. Now, managing that help that Nigeria gets from anywhere in the world, in this case the United States, is very much important. And let me make this point. It might look like in this initial attack that there is a discrepancy or contradictions in the approach and in the way that both countries have managed it. But no, that is not the case. We also have to understand the power asymmetry between Nigeria and the US. Yes, it exists, and it would be naive for us to deny it. The real test is whether Nigeria can consistently assert agency beyond press statements through institutions, oversight, and strategic clarity in future engagements. Now, if Nigeria could do all of this, I do not see why this will not be a win-win for Nigeria, the United States, and the world.
Right, in your recent op-ed, you speak of strategic ambiguity. Isn't that just another word for lack of transparency?
Not necessarily. Strategic ambiguity can be legitimate, but it is also easy to overuse. Ambiguity should not protect, I would rather say that ambiguity should protect lives and operations, not shield governments, indefinitely from accountability. The balance between discretion on the one hand and disclosure on the other hand must be actively managed. So strategic ambiguity must not become permanent opacity. That is one point that has got to be made. And I mean, those who watch diplomacy will actually, confirm to you that strategic ambiguity is something that is deployed every day in, managing complex situations. That one, hasn't spoken of something doesn't immediately, lead us to interpret it as, being, trying to hide something. No, it could very well be that the timing does not immediately permit complete disclosure. But of course, continuing engagement with the population who have the right, indeed, to question anything that is unclear to them, and government has the responsibility, in fact, the obligation to respond with a very clear explanation. That too is very, very, important. And finally on that, I want to say that, consent legitimizes action, but oversight sustains trust. So consent in this case means Nigeria actually clarifying the point that they gave the United States the consent to strike. But the population, the Nigerians, have the right to ask penetrating questions, because it is those questions that they ask and the answer that the government provides that helps to sustain the trust between government and the citizens.
So could this kind of, because let's look at the implication, the internal implication for Nigeria now. Could this kind of foreign military involvement complicate Nigeria's already complex security situation, especially in regions where terrorism, banditry, and also communal conflict often overlap?
It doesn't redefine the relationship. It does underline the need for clearer communication protocols in, sensitive operations. Partnerships endure when both sides continue not just the mission, but also the message. They have to manage this, curate it in a manner that is as transparent as it can be. Don't forget, Elizabeth, that, in counter-terrorism operations, you don't disclose everything from the onset. These are things, as the plans are ongoing, you don't begin to unfold them in public glare. There are things you keep to yourself for strategic reasons. So no, I do not see how this could redefine the U.S.-Nigeria's, relationship. But clearer communication protocols, have to be, taken very seriously.
What message do these strikes send to other West African countries that are battling with similar threats? And do you think this could encourage more direct foreign military interventions across the region?
It might be. Let's not forget, Elizabeth, that, quite apart from the fact that, anywhere terrorism is happening in the world doesn't shield the rest of the world where it isn't happening within their territory. So, viewed from that, broad perspective, it is in America's best interest, that they do everything they can to, fight terrorism everywhere and anywhere in the world. However, we should also recognize the fact that at present, America is under the leadership of a highly transactional, individual who will, make decisions about where, to put America's resources and assets based on direct, not even, future gains for America. So yes, there will be a very careful, that is what the world should be poised to see now. There will be, careful selection of where America goes and intervene as far as terrorism is concerned. Yes, indeed, this could shift the landscape, but it all depends on where America's immediate, interests are.
How might this development affect Nigeria's relationship with other global powers active in Africa's security space, particularly the European Union, Russia, and also China?
So you need to look at one block. The first block is mutual friends of Nigeria and the United States of America. So in that regard, I will single out the European Union. That's on the one hand. Now, on the other hand, you have to look at adversaries of United States of America that actually have a friendly relationship with Nigeria. In that regard, I will actually look at China, and then I will also look at Russia. So that is the other block. Now, the strategy that will be deployed in terms of how Nigeria, manages this for these two separate blocks will be different. For instance, I do not see how there cannot be an enhancement between the EU, US, Nigeria relationship in, counter-terrorism fight because they align, basically on all fronts. Now, for that of China, it's going to definitely be different because of the adversary position that, the US and China have. Let's not forget that there have been insinuations, maybe even outright accusations from some quarters that China's, mining activities up north is actually one of the factors that is behind the America's, feeling of urgency to actually go in there. Because while fighting terrorism in Nigeria, they are also trying to, first and foremost, along the line of its national interest. And essentially what that means is, do a needs analysis and see what each international partner brings to the table. In the case of the United States and the current, the ongoing attack, we have seen that, yes, Nigeria could use U.S. intelligence. Nigeria could use, their drones. They could also use other high-powered, assets that, the United States bring to the table. I think that will continue. I think Nigeria will also make the same assessment of other international partners, EU, China, and Russia, and use what they can, afford, in helping Nigeria. So there is absolutely, nothing wrong with that. Now, the geopolitical, implication of all of this is that it doesn't improve the relationship between the United States and some of these adversaries like China, Russia, and maybe even Turkey. But the point remains that Nigeria remains non-aligned, and by that I mean that Nigeria will not be involved in the adversary situation between these countries, and would focus on its own national interests. And from what we have seen in the body language and the utterances of the current Minister of Foreign Affairs, Nigeria is unshaken in that position, and I think it is the right one to take.
All right, so before I let you go, Mr. Nweke, in one sentence, how should this episode be remembered?
Well, the episode, I believe, is a bit difficult to sum up, in one single sentence, but I would say that we can remember this as one operation, two political grammars, and a reminder that democratic societies must interrogate power even when it is exercised in their name. I believe that, this is what should be left behind in the minds of, people who are watching this closely.
All right, thank you so much for your time on The Big Story. Collins Nweke is a Belgium-based Nigerian global affairs analyst. Thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me, Elizabeth.
All right, that's the much we have for you on The Big Story segment this morning. Up next is the social listening. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background. which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
And you're welcome to the social listening segment on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze, and I'm right here with
Onyeka Valentine.
All right, let's get straight into the conversations Nigerians are engaging with online today. And the first conversation gaining attention is the claim by Airpeace CEO Alan Oyema that Nigerians pay the cheapest domestic airfare globally. Oyema, speaking in an interview, noted that a short flight in the United States, such as Atlanta to Charleston, can cost over $400 for a 1-hour journey. He explained that Nigerian airlines face far higher costs due to expensive financing, lack of nearby maintenance facilities, and high costs of ferrying aircraft and engines, even though aviation costs are in dollars worldwide. Let's take a look at what netizens are saying and how they're reacting to this. And the first reaction, we have CBN, Governor Akin Shola, and he said, my flight from Gatwick, London to Glasgow, Scotland was significantly cheaper. A similar flight tomorrow, much closer in date, is only £37, roughly 72,000 naira, and takes just 1 hour 30 minutes. No doubt you're overcharging Nigerians, even with all the incentives provided by the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And Nigerians are paying attention and we recognize those exploiting us. This is unacceptable, Mr. Liar at Airpeace, or Fly Airpeace, making up lies. Another one from Dikbo Awojide, and he said, I flew from Birmingham to Scotland for around £180 on EasyJet. It was less than 45 minutes. The lies here are too much. You can fly from London to Manchester for less than £200. Another person, Coach Oscar, and he said, with respect, Mr. Alan Oyema, this comparison feels unfair. While I genuinely appreciate your generosity and dedication to our people, this particular comparison comes across as misplaced and insensitive to some of us. There are many airlines that offer far less than what is being forced here. And Adam finally said, the USA, okay, I think that's like the final one. What do you think about it?
You know, when you get to a point where, excuse me, get to a point where you have been given so much praise, at some point, if you don't do a self-check, there might be, there might be reason for people to now say, wait a minute, is it that you have created a standard that can now not be swallowed properly? This is kind of case that you see such explanation come up. What am I trying to say is, in the past, we've given Airpeace and its management, kudos for great work that they do. Seeing that in the sight of the collapse of our own national carrier and it being epileptic and being under life support, that Airpeace can come in and make us proud. However, having said so, I don't think it would be nice for Airpeace to have decided, now the CEO himself, that is Oyema, to have said what he have said. Now, maybe he said it because he feels, for what it is, that it can be as transparent as possible. But you see, you're dealing with Nigerians, right? Even if what you're saying, your projections might be correct, you must have a soft landing for it. And a lot of people have come out to say, wait a minute, like you saw that tweet right there, you see that contribution, you saw the contribution there on social media, that wait a minute, compared to what we, experiencing abroad, there's a major variation. And so we want to know, Mr. Oyema, on what ground do you think it is far, justifiable that Nigerians have to pay that amount of money? After all, the same tax we're talking about, wait a minute, it doesn't really kicked in, it's really kicking next year. But so far, it's not the same economy that we've been in since last year. How come it's now beginning to rear its, quote and unquote, a negative feedback on Nigerians at the end of the year? It's not the same January, February to December that we all experienced in this same year. What has changed? Plus, there are some points where we know the federal government threw in some soft landing. Isn't the soft landing supposed to help, the aviation sector and trickle down to air flight, be a bit eased up for Nigerians? So how come we're saying double the fare? Or is there a different agenda, Mr. Oyema? These are questions that Nigerians want to ask. And of course, we'll ask those questions, hoping that one of these days we'll have in my studio to ask them those questions. So, Nigerians are experiencing high fares. are you justifying it because
Of course, it's justifying it because
why
you have, like you said, when you get to like praise somebody, for one good that they do, they then come out to then disappoint you and do something very outrageous. First of all, the comparison between Nigeria and the US is just not it.
So
that was where he missed it, and I'm glad the Nigerians can actually come out to actually compare airfares. We have people from London and also people from the US come out to actually compare that. No, this is not how it's done. When I want to move from this point to that point within the same state, I don't even pay. One said they don't even pay up to 72,000 naira for it if they have to like convert it. So for me, it's having to justify. I did see this coming. Having to like say, we now have a flight that will move you from Nigeria to London and all of that. Nothing really goes for free in Nigeria. That's something I've come to understand. It's business for everybody. And this doesn't just have to do with the government. Everybody wants to make money out of whatever it is that they actually like bringing to the table. And that is just the case of Alan Uyema.
And he also mentioned that they shouldn't be surprised that it might hit a million naira.
Of course, it's going to hit a million naira. What is going on
now? I
now?
asked myself a question. Look, Nigerians are very peculiar people. If you don't have a soft landing when it comes to your analysis or it comes to your comment, especially when it has to do with money, they will dispel you or they'll put it aside and tell you, look, you're either lying or not. We saw somebody on social media saying, look, sir, compared to what I pay in the UK, I think you're telling a blatant lie. Even if what he's saying is true, you see, I keep telling people, the way and manner you relay a particular information at a point in time could be received as,
can't even be true. So are you?
That's what I said. I think even if at all.
So are you saying now I would get to pay 500,000 naira or 400,000 naira from here to Abuja because I want to travel interstate? Is that what he's trying to say?
Of course, we know that he just exaggerated it, really. But I now said that, look, even if at all what he's saying makes sense, the way and manner and at the time in which it is coming, honestly speaking, Nigerians reject it. And that's exactly what's happening, really.
Do Nigerians really reject these things? I feel like Nigerians, they adapt easily. That is one stance that
do you know why Nigerians are complaining?
Yeah.
So normally when something happens in an economy or happens to a sector, if we don't have a fallback plan, it's like you pushing someone to the wall. Can't pass through the wall. He has to bounce back. We already know that going by for us. So he should have added that one in. So that way we cannot create a compare and contrast. So now say that look, the tax and other areas, is responsible.
Your 1 million.
And maybe your 1 million in the future. It's like you saying Nigeria.
The future is next week. The future is this week.
Exactly. It's like you saying Nigeria, take a dirty slap and don't cry. Come on. The roads are not safe. And for what is worth, if you and I, Debbie, can fly, can we not fly and land with two of our hands missing?
Right.
You know what I mean by that?
Yeah. All right. Another topic Nigerians are reacting to is the East Eye terrorist strike by President Trump's order, which the U.S. president described as a Christmas gift. Trump, in a social media post, said he directed a powerful and deadly strike against the terrorist scum in northwest Nigeria, who he said had been killing innocent Christians, noting that he delayed the strikes a day so they fell on Christmas. He revealed it ordered a deadly strike on Islamic State terrorists in Nigeria, who he is accused of persecuting Christians in the country. U.S. Africa Command said it conducted the strikes in Sokoto State, which borders Niger to the north, in coordination with the Nigerian authority. Let's take a look at how Nigerians reacted to this. And the first one from Adam, and it reads, "The USA committed terrorism again. They didn't get any terrorists. They bombed the wrong area. The USA want to steal uranium from Niger. That's what this is about." Oh, Niger. I think that's Niger. Uranium from Niger. And we have 626, and he said, "I hope this doesn't make things worse, though. We cannot expect an outsider to ill us without a cost." And that reaction from Oluwa Sheun Majekodo, and she said, "Thank you so much for this wonderful action. No one was doing anything about it, not even Nigerian celebrities or the people in powerful media. Sincerely appreciate your work in Nigeria. We have a bunch." Hold on, we have a bunch of those out lazy politicians and people who only know how to talk without action to make a difference.
On the contrary, Oluwaseun Majekodo, before you go ahead, I will just say this. I think people should, just the way they rush home to go and have their lunch and breakfast, they should also stop by bus stops and buy newspaper and get, in tune with current affairs. That guy obviously is not in coordination with reality. How can you say that the federal government has not been doing anything? How can you say that? What he's trying to tell me right now is that the lives of our young soldiers that have been taken, them paying the ultimate price, is for nothing, that they've not done anything. That's so it's so insensitive to have said that.
Why?
Look, if he has said in that his tweet that, look, again, I'm not even giving too much credit because I don't even know, maybe it could end up being a bot. I'm not a real human being. But I think that we should caution Nigerians that, look, Nigerians, remember that it's your brothers and sisters who are on the front line fighting these insurgents. Remember that for what it is, yes, we're not getting 100% result. Yes, you might say that they're not giving you everything that you need based on making rules and then pushing hard to make decisions that can combat these criminals and terrorists. But the fact that we're doing something, give them credit. It's not easy. It's not easy for a mother or a father to watch his son or her son go to the war front and come back in the box. So let's not say that they're not doing anything. Let's not create room for
demotivating. That's more reason why to actually say they're not doing anything. So you can agree with me that in the course of we having to battle with terrorism, even the Nigerian soldiers, we understand how loyalty works with soldiers. Before a soldier will come outside to say, "Oh, I'm actually like going through so much, you guys should speak to the government to come to our aid," you would know that it has actually pierced them in the place that it actually hurts, and they no longer care about the service that they're rendering. If the federal government has really been doing something, would you agree with me that this is the first time that this what the US did is the first time that we in Nigeria are saying that we are really battling these terrorists? Would you agree with me?
So
because this is not just something that happened overnight. We didn't just sleep and wake up for it to happen. It's something that has been there. And if you notice, while talking, I'm not directing anything to the Tinubu administration, because it didn't just start from his administration. This is something he met, before he got into power. Now, would you tell me that for the past 15 years, now I'm saying 15 years because that is when he became dominant. For the past 15 years,
10 years of gestation,
that there have been issue of kidnapping school children, some of them that we've not seen, issue of having to go into villages and killing and burning people, that graduated to the farmer elder class that was the cost of food. Do you want to tell me that the governments were actually doing something about? You and I were here when it escalated to going into villages, when it escalated to wiping out a whole community. We were here. Do you want to tell me that it's okay for a Nigerian to actually say, okay, the government is actually working when they are seeing all of these things, escalate and become something that we can't even sort on our own?
So it's good that we can say that there's room for evaluation. I will still stand my ground and say that, look, it would be unfair to say that the Nigerian government is not working. Rather, it will be a matter of creating equilibrium if you say that they've not hit the mark yet. Yes. Because don't forget, as much as we are a developing nation, we're not an irresponsible nation. I totally disagree when people say, oh, Nigeria is now a failed country. Or look, Donald Trump should mind his mouth when he says those things sometimes. Let's be very honest. Look, let's be honest. Before he became president, Nigeria has been there. Before he became president, Nigeria has been there, having its own challenge. Having his own challenges. Now, I am all for partnership to help Nigeria fight insurgents. We are broadcasters. What do? We bring out a table out the story. But we also look at different areas where, in an event where this doesn't go this way, how do we help Nigerians prepare them for soft landing? Are you aware that there's no nation that doesn't have these challenges? Even the United States of America, let's be honest, the soldiers that went and fought in Iraq, most of them came back with post-traumatic stress. And they tell their story. And they tell you, look, they have no business even going to Iraq in the first place. And they come out and they tell you all the problems they faced. No one has it easy. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have help in case we cannot deal with it 100%. But are we trying? Yes, we're trying our best. Unfortunately, we have people within our same system, right? So-called politicians who we know give and take. Hopefully one day they will publish their names, who are behind funding these people, these terrorists. We also have some international bodies who are behind funding these terrorists. The news has come out there every now and then. We are broadcasters, we see these things all over social media. People talk about it. Whether or not it has SOI, which is source of information, that's a different tea for a different day. But right now, right here, as much as we are dancing tango with the United States Army to help us tackle this issue, let's also look inwards and be careful how we engage, because at the end of the day, history has made it clear that every nation that we had, the U.S. Army stepping in to help out, how has it turned out? Remember Iraq, remember Afghanistan, or what about Libya? So I'm saying, as we seek for help, can we also make sure that our sovereignty is not being mortgaged?
It still doesn't change the fact that if any Nigerian out there feel like the government is not doing anything, doesn't change the fact that they are right. Anyways, let's now move to the third conversation, which is the claim by FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, that's Vali's best friend, that he is the most abused politician in Nigeria after President Tinubu. He described himself as the most abused politician in Nigeria today, as he declared that politics in Rivers State will officially commence from January 2026. The former Rivers State governor said he does not renege on any agreement he enters and reiterated his unwavering support for Tinubu. Now, let's take a look at how netizens are reacting to this. And the first one from Emeka Emmanuel, and he said, perfectly said, the most disgusting, irresponsible, and cursed human being. That's a bit extreme. And we have Ijoma Augustina, and she said, Wike says is the most abused politician after Tinubu. When you bully everyone, betray allies, weaponize power, and insult entire state, what do you expect? Flowers? LOL. You weren't abused. You earned the backlash. Stop crying victim and start owning the chaos you created. And another one from Stano, and he said, who cares? All we need is good governance, just like we are the most looked down citizens. That's all the reaction. How do you react to your best friend?
I know you're being very ironic here, sarcasm. But give and take. I mean, truth be told, if he was my best friend, probably I'll be advising him. But he was not my best friend. Politicians are who they are. You can be best friends from afar. Well, politicians are who they are. I doubt if he even knows my name self. But Wike in his own way. So I was watching this short video on social media of comedian Worry, Worry Pikin, yeah, where she was making a joke about exactly what happened. And then she said, Wike weak that week. Now, what it meant is, for me, I laughed over it, but it made me understand that, look, for you to have gotten to that level, right, when it comes to politics, you've gotten to that level when it comes to appointment in this country that is well, designed to criticize, or at the same time designed to also, give you kudos, as the case may be. We're human beings. In this wonderful country, for you to have got to that level, I'm sure you must have developed a tough skin. So I think for what it is, if there are many ways for him to come out to now explain how he feels when it comes to Nigerians reacting to him, I don't think that should even come to play. Saying that he's the most insulted person after the president, was he expecting any less, really? Okay, now, I'm not saying he's a saint, or I'm not saying that he's the most badly behaved, no. But in the game of politics, the way it's designed, right, we can see very quickly that most of the time, because of the, give and take, because of the kind of stance they take, because they want maybe a future, political career to blossom, they forget so soon where they're coming from. So they make mistakes along the way. It's just a fact. Someone can come and tell you, oh, you know what? I will give all I can for this particular party. As soon as there's a problem, guess what? They are quick to jump ship. But they forget so soon that one of the areas that is so defeated as time goes on, right, is the internet. You will obviously go there and see some old videos. So someone who is watching you say that, look, that you believe in a particular party now because party is doing so well, is the ruling party, even though you were part of a parcel of the opposition party, will simply just go and Google and find out, Wiki 2015, for instance, or Wiki 2020, for instance. And then they will see what you said and bring it forward and run a comparison of what you're saying now. And of course, then they want to insult you and say a lot of things. Is Wiki giving us content to talk about? As broadcasters, I would say yes. But at the same time, as much as, people have spoken about it, let's also look at some good things that he has done. He's someone who, if he thinks it, he gets it done. He's more or less like Donald Trump of Nigeria.
When I said he was your best friend, you thought I was just looking at you where you were saying everything you were saying because I knew you were going to
but then again, we have to stay on the fence.
Okay. You don't have to stay on the fence. You have to be clear that you're not a politician.
Again, you have to allow the viewers discretion, right? Let them decide where they want to be, but present it to them.
Okay.
That's what we do as podcasters.
And of course, those are the stories Nigerians are talking about. Thank you so much for watching the social listening on Business Day Television. And we've come to the end of the Breakfast Show. I remain your host, Deborah Eze, and with me was
Onyeka Valentine.
Until next time, just stay with us.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour. I am Norma Woon. Look at the top headlines making the business scene today. FX reserves add $4.39 billion in 1 year. NNPC Limited completes AKK gas pipeline mainline to boost northern gas supply. 1.8 mbpd oil benchmark for 2026 achievable, Ojulari says. Funding freeze stalls Nigeria's $800 million power plan. New tax law. Airpeace CEO warns of 1 million naira base fare. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where Nigeria's external reserves grew by $4.39 billion between December 23, 2024 and December 23, 2025, according to data sourced from the Central Bank of Nigeria. Now, according to reports, analysis of the data indicated that the reserves increased by approximately 10.75% within the period under review. Nigeria's external reserves ended 2024 at $40.87 billion before declining to $39.72 billion in January 2025. The reserves fell further to $38.41 billion in February, edged down by $38.30 billion in March, and dropped again to $37.93 billion in April. The sustained drawdown over the period has been attributed largely to heightened debt servicing obligations. While the first quarter figures reflected some seasonal and transitional adjustments, including significant interest payments on foreign-dominated debt, underlying fundamentals remain intact and reserves are expected to continue improving over the second quarter of the year. Olayemi Cardoso, governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, says the growth recorded in foreign exchange reserves in October was driven by clearance of the FX backlog and sustained efforts to enhance transparency in the foreign exchange market. World CBN Governor Annual Lecture Series held at the Lagos Business School under the theme Next Generation Leadership in Monetary Policy and Nation Building. According to reports, the CBN governor said Nigeria's foreign reserves had surged to their strongest level in 7 years, hitting $46.7 billion as of November 14, 2025. And moving on, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, also known as NNPC, has completed the main pipeline of the line at Ajokuta Kaduna Kano AKK gas project, marking a major milestone in efforts to expand gas supply to northern Nigeria. The Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Limited, Bayo Ojulari, disclosed this on Sunday after a meeting with the President, Bola Tinubu, in Lagos. Ojulari says the completion of the AKK pipeline mainline paves the way for NNPC to move into the next phase of the project, which will focus on connecting facilities and distribution infrastructure to enable gas delivery across major northern cities. He explains that the milestone was achieved after resolving long-standing technical challenges, including the complex crossing of the River Niger. Ojulari attributes recent operational gains to structural reforms within NNPC, noting that crude oil production has risen by about 1.5 million barrels per day in 2024 to over 1.7 million barrels per day in 2025. Looking ahead, he says the company's priority for 2026 is to ramp up oil and gas output by attracting new investments with a production target of at least 1.8 million barrels per day next year. He adds that President Bola Tinubu has mandated NNPC to attract $30 billion in investments by 2030 and increase oil production to 2 million barrels per day by 2027, underscoring the strategic importance of the AKK gas pipeline to Nigeria's long-term energy and industrial objectives. And also, Bashir Bayo Ojulari, the Group Chief Executive Officer of the National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPC, on Sunday expressed strong optimism that the targeted 1.8 million barrels per day oil production benchmark in 2026 would be achieved to help stabilize projected revenue in the budget currently before the National Assembly. The NNPC boss disclosed this while briefing State House correspondents in Lagos after meeting with President Bola Tinubu on Sunday. He also assured the consumers would benefit from growing competition among downstream petroleum players as the sector undergoes a period of inevitable adjustment. Ojulari urged Nigerians to understand that structural changes introduced by Petroleum Industry Act (PIA) separated regulation from the business of oil production and marketing. He also explained that regulatory responsibilities now rest with the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority and the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, while NNPC operates strictly as a commercial entity. Ojulari expressed confidence that with sustained reforms and stakeholder cooperation, the benefits of competition would become clearer to ordinary Nigerians in the months ahead. Up next, Nigeria's ambitious presidential power initiative has been starved of funding, with federal government executing just 3.66% of its 2025 capital budget for the project. Data from budget analysis of the federal government 2024 budget performance shows that the PPI, which was launched in February 2024 with an $800 million commitment to strengthen transmission capacity and ultimately deliver 25,000 MW by 2025, has struggled to meet its targets, particularly the critical goal of generating 6,000 megawatts by the end of 2024. And out of the 411.15 billion naira allocated for power infrastructure, only 15.0 billion naira was released, leaving 396.12 billion naira unspent. Budget described the overall 5.21% budget execution rate for the power sector as massive underspending that effectively stalled key generation, transmission and distribution projects needed to stabilize the national grid. The budget analysis says that while the Power Ministry maintained basic administrative function, it failed to depend on the future of Nigerian aviation, stating that a new wave of taxes and levies could see domestic ticket prices soar to 1 million naira and force major carriers out of business within months. Onyema revealed that the industry is currently choking under a regime of multiple and overlapping charges. Onyema argued that the current policy contradicts the National Civil Aviation Organization guidelines, which suggest that aviation authorities should operate on a cost recovery basis rather than using the sector as a primary revenue generator for the state. The airpeace boss warned that the consequences of an aviation sector collapse would extend far beyond the runways, with airlines hugely leveraged. Shutdown would trigger banking sector strain, reduce connectivity and industry shutdown. Despite presenting these concerns to the National Assembly and the Tax Reform Committee, the airline operators of Nigeria say their data-backed submissions have yet to translate into action. Onyema expresses frustration that the warnings remain largely unheeded, noting that while lawmakers acknowledged the issues raised, the proposed implementation still poses a significant threat to the industry. You're watching the Business Hour. We'll take a short break now and return with more stories. Just stay with us.
Meet Monaco, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour. We'll bring you the rest of the story after the short break.
If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour. Here's the rest of the news. The Nigerian initiative-based risk-sharing system for agricultural lending has facilitated more than 290 billion naira in finance between 2013 and 2025 across primary production, processing, logistics, market development, and exports. The institution also facilitated the creation of over 520,000 jobs, impacting more than 3 million lives across rural and urban communities. The institution, in a statement on Sunday, said the intervention strengthened industrial capacity utilization, supported farmers to expand production, deepened market access, and preserved value across agricultural value chains through risk-sharing, insurance advocacy, initiative mechanisms, and technical assistance. According to performance records, the association facilitated 298.4 billion naira in credit through its risk-sharing facility during the period, issued 949 guarantees, and supported 251 agri-businesses with a non-performing loan ratio of less than 0.8%. In addition, over 449,000 agricultural value chain actors were trained, more than 159,000 jobs were supported, and about 795,000 lives were directly impacted through program interventions. Closing 2025 with its highest annual finance facilitated to date, the association announced that total approval credit guarantees for the year surpassed 100 billion naira in loans and investments in agriculture and agribusiness nationwide. Nigeria's agribusiness ecosystem. And still on, the Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) says Nigeria's capital markets attracted over 753 billion naira in commercial paper issuances between April and October 2025. According to the capital market regulator, this reflects deepening liquidity, strong investor appetite, and renewed confidence in regulatory reforms, which the Commission said boosted activities in the commercial paper space. And in a release on Sunday, December 28, SEC Director General Dr. Imamotimi Agama, among other things, explained the factors that strengthen investor sentiment in the market during the year. Agama said the CP market remained one of the most vibrant segments of the market. Data released by the Nigerian Communication Commissions, This marks a slight but significant increase from October's estimated 1.235 million terabytes, capping a year of relentless growth in digital demand observed throughout 2025. Data usage climbed progressively from lower levels earlier in the year, around 908.300 terabytes in April, amid post-tariff adjustments to crossing the 1 million terabyte threshold by mid-year. Month-on-month gains averaged 1.8% in the second half, driven by recovering subscriptions, expanded 4G coverage, and insatiable appetite for video streaming, social media, and fintech services. As Africa's largest mobile market, Nigeria's record data surge signals robust potential for operators and the digital economy. With tariff stability and ongoing investment, analysts forecast continued records in 2026, provided policy support bridges remaining gaps. And now to wrap up the Business News Hour, the Federal Inland Service has accredited PwC Nigeria as a system integrator of Nigeria's mandatory e-invoicing system under the monitoring, billing and settlement platform. PwC announced the accreditation in a statement, saying the accreditation is part of broader efforts by the tax authority to transform digital tax administration, increase transparency, and improve the integrity of transaction-level tax reporting in Nigeria. Commenting on the development, partner and tax regulatory services leader of PwC Nigeria, Chijioke Owebute, said e-invoicing, integrates tax compliance directly into everyday business activities. He added that accreditation reinforces PwC's role in supporting organizations to comply and report with confidence. Uwebute also noted that the e-voicing mandate reflects global trends toward increased transparency and real-time oversight in tax reporting. He explained that PwC's tax technology capability brings tax advisory expertise into technology execution, enabling organizations to manage complexity and maintain control as compliance becomes embedded into operations. And with mandatory e-voicing, the federal government is aiming to tighten its tax administration system, reduce revenue leakages, and align Nigeria's fiscal processes with global best practices. And that wraps up our Business News Hour. My name is Norma Obona. Thank you for watching and stay tuned to Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Triumph Against Odds. And today we have somebody who is not just, the epitome when it comes to, real estate, but he's somebody who, when I see him, I'm starstruck. I told him I'm starstruck and he's like, okay. But seriously, when you meet him, you understand what I mean. So please don't go anywhere. Just stay tuned as we're about to jump in. How has, growing up in Nigeria, working in Europe and in America, how has it shaped you as a leader? What are the things you've learned growing up in this environment that helped shape you as a leader?
So yeah, great question. But you made an assumption that I'm already a leader. I believe leadership is a journey, and I'm at some point in that journey. You never really know where you are in the journey until you're either exiting or entering that journey. But I have, as you rightly point out, had the privilege of working in 4 continents actually. I've worked in Asia, I've worked in Europe, I've worked in America, and obviously our beloved Africa. And one thing that it has taught me tolerance, it has taught me adaptability, it has taught me that there are a lot of differences in the world, right? And the differences between people, between businesses, between culture, languages, currency, and something that works in one place may not work in another, right? And something that doesn't work in a place may work fantastically in others. So one has to, one has to figure out where they are, who they're dealing with, and adapt whoever you are and what you're doing to those guidelines. Yes, and so that has helped me just deal with different people of different sorts and different types in different places.
So when you look at your current chapter with Landmark, where I look at your investments like Nikkei Lake, for example, Nikkei Lake Resort, at what crossroads are you in now, professionally or personally? And when you look at all these things, what crossroads do you think you are at this point?
Yeah, another interesting question. I suppose, I like to talk about journeys. Yes. Because a lot of people talk about things in absolute. When you're having a bad time, you're feeling very bad, and when you're having a good time, you're feeling elated. But I'm not like that. I believe 7-year journey in Landmark, every week, every month, every year has been a crossroad. We're continuously reinventing, we're continuously responding to what happens outside. You mentioned Nike Lake, so Nike Lake is one of a number of tourist attractions that we want to build across the West African coastline. It's a tremendous opportunity for us, and even though it's tough, we're exploring it with a lot of motivation and a lot of brightness. So it's another step in that journey.
Can you describe a moment when everything almost collapsed, whether financially or operationally, and what specifically helped pull you and Landmark through?
Yeah, that's a tough question. Because in this journey, there have been many moments, by the way. Many.
Which one, comes to mind? I know, of course, there are many, but there's one that when you think about it, that one, makes you like, okay,
I know you're going to push me, but let me sort of briefly touch on 3 or 4 that arouse my thoughts. So one was when I started Landmark. Obviously, I raised a lot of money from friends, family, and a lot of angels, by the way, and got in. It was in London. I got this office, hired people, started marketing and advertising, and then started sort of reshaping the business to fit what I was seeing from the potential clients, and it was very tough. And I'd come out from an extremely rewarding job. I was highly paid at the time, and I really enjoyed the job. So that was tough. I almost turned back. And so one thing it taught me is, don't start if you don't have the commitment and the conviction. And then what will help you continue is the consistency. So that was a very tough moment. So I could think of that. The second one happened in 2001, when we moved from Europe to America. The World Trade Center disaster, September 11th. So that was a moment where lives were lost, my business was disrupted, and there was no compensation of any sort. So I thought at the time, look, I could do one or two things. I could go back and get a job, but we decided to continue. So I made that move to Africa on the back of that. That's when we came. It took me 3 years to recover. Came into Africa in 2004. We set up more or less simultaneously in Lagos for the west, Nairobi for the east, Joburg for the south, and Cairo for the north, and then started infilling. The next time came in 2011 during the Libyan crisis. We just opened an office there for 2 multinationals, and we had taken a long lease on an old American embassy. When the war came, the embassy was bombed. And what was no longer the embassy but our office. We lost 7.5 million euros in that disaster, and we had borrowed to build that building. Again, that was a turning point. I thought, this is the time one could quit, right? And then I suppose with the infrastructure challenge, with the coastal road on our beachfront, that was a tough one. It was a tough one for many reasons. The first is, a dream that we had progressed over the best of 18 years. Employed 3,500 to 4,000 people, and welcoming visitors from all over the world. So that was tough. But one thing I've learned in life is you can't change the cards you're dealt. You can only change the hand you play. Right? So you've got to roll with these unexpected events, and you've got to take them for what they are. It's life, right? No bitterness, no worry. Remain frightened and afraid. That's okay. It's okay to have feelings, but use that energy to create something bigger and better. So every time we've had these challenges, we've moved on. So those are the sort of 4 that come to mind. I'm sure there are many more, but if you asked me to pick one, I suppose the one I would pick would be the one at the beginning. Is when you just start a business.
When you just start a business.
It's the toughest time.
I think for me, when you just start a business, everybody has their own stories of the difficulties and the challenges. Speaking of all of that, was there ever a moment when you seriously considered walking away? What made you stay?
Yeah, so these 4 moments I just described, I considered walking away on all four, without a doubt. And there are many days I wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I'm done. I'm not doing this for money, right? So It happens a lot. But you know what keeps you going, is just the promises, the hopes and aspirations of other people. Yeah. So the people you employ, the clients that come to you, the supply chain, the people who have played a big part in your life, right? Whether in business or in leisure, my family. So you do those things, and when you get to my age, right? You do things not necessarily for yourself. You do things for others. So what's kept me going is just the desire and the zeal to continue changing lives. Yeah.
I think for me that is what's the point of being a human being if what you're doing is not changing lives or impacting others. I think that's key.
No, absolutely. And everybody who's coming to the end of their life, the biggest things that they would think they've achieved is the impact on others. And, nobody says, "I wish I bought a Rolls Royce," right? Right? Or "I wish I had a bigger house." Yeah, you always think about what impact have you had on others.
Okay, so what's a belief you once held about business expansion or leadership that no longer serves you today?
Yeah, another really great question. So, I mean, the biggest belief I had, in life, when you're running a business, it's all about the people that you get, right, to work with you, because that's what changes businesses. You get good people, you have a great business. You get bad people, your business will never do well. It's really as simple as that, right? You can turn bad people into good, and good people do become bad, and that's what you do when they're there. But the big belief I had before was, if you hire people who on paper have the experience and the qualifications, they will come in and they will do the job they're paid to do and leave, right? And you will progress. So you design all these job descriptions, you have your strategy, you bring people in, you interview them. Over time, that belief just went away, right? You need to hire people who have talent, who have personality, who have conviction, who think like you, who have ethical and moral standards like you, and the rest you can teach. And those people will make you great. So I now focus not on experience or knowledge. I focus on personality. You get the right people, you can make ordinary people do absolutely extraordinary things. Yeah,
that's amazing. You've built across several continents and raised over $100 million. How did you adapt Landmark strategy to survive Nigeria's economic downturns, currency swings, or policy instability?
So I've talked about journeys, right? And this business is a journey, and you're going to go through tough times and you're going to go through good times, and there's that transition between the tough and the good and the good and the tough, right? And when you go through that transition, you have to understand and see. If I had a crystal ball, the one thing I would want to know is what's going to happen tomorrow, right? And then you'll always be successful. But one thing, we talked about you can change your hand you play, you can only change your cards if you're dealt. As long as you maintain that philosophy that the business terrain will continue to change, then you adapt to that. You adapt to that change. So I think when we talk about Nigeria's tough economic times, businesses have made a lot of money this time.
Very true.
They made a lot of impact, a lot of progress, and many have collapsed. We've seen a lot of foreign businesses literally just run away, right? And maybe not as many, but a few are coming in. So one has to figure out what is a tough time. I suppose the last 5 years has been very tough. So many unexpected things. You know what they say? There are no roses without thorns, right? So we had COVID in 2021, and that was a tough time, very unexpected. That's a black swan event. We had the foreign currency melee. It's just crazy. We borrowed $20 million 9 years ago. It was 3 billion naira at the time.
Well, now it's small.
Now, yes, you can imagine with the interest, it's 60 billion naira, right? You're paying it back from the same pot, right? From the same business. So these are tough times. Then there are things that happen either from a customer base or a regulatory base that change how you can run your business, right? And we've witnessed that several times. There are laws that change, and there are people that change, even within the business that you employ. So you have to adapt to those things. You have to be ready for those changes. They're going to always happen. The ones you know about and the ones you don't know about. And that's what we've done, and that's why a business is a journey. We've celebrated the times that it's worked for us, and we've mourned the times it hasn't. But we continue to be here, and long may that continue.
Amen. So when the numbers look shaky or investors get nervous, how do you balance being the visionary with being the realist?
Yeah, really, really good question. So, I'm a big believer in numbers, by the way. If you can't count it, it doesn't count.
It doesn't count.
Yeah. So, I always try to be realistic. When I do plans and I think of things, I look at what's the worst case scenario, what's the best case scenario, and what's the ideal scenario, right? And I measure, and I think if my ideal scenario is cruising towards the best case scenario, I go for it. Okay. If it's cruising in the wrong direction to the worst case scenario, I rethink it. And as long as you have a belief in what you're doing is right, and you have that ability to change and adapt, that's a message you have to share with your stakeholders. And your investors are one of your stakeholders. If you do well, they do well. If you do badly, they do badly, right? Same thing with your staff. Same thing with your clients. So that message, I believe in full transparency. I mean, there are two words I use in my business a lot: transparency and authenticity. Yeah, you've got to be transparent and show people what you're doing. And you've got to be authentic. This is who you are, and this is what you want to be, and this is how you're going to get there. So it's a message I share all the time. 90% of times it works. There's an odd time you have cynics in front of you, and it is what it is. So sometimes you say time will tell.
Time
right?
Time will tell, but I don't know if that works all the time.
No, it doesn't. And you can be wrong, right? And it's okay to be wrong, and it's okay to fail, as long as you know how to bounce up and start again.
Sure.
You don't assume that every strategy you choose and every decision you take will be the right one.
No. Don't assume.
No, yeah. You got to just hope you get more right than wrong.
You hope you're right than wrong.
Yeah.
So if fear wasn't a factor, political, financial, or reputational, what bold business move would you make?
Well, I want to be clear here. Fear is always a factor.
Okay, so now we are saying if fear wasn't a factor, if you remove fear, and you are allowed to do, what bold business move would you make if fear was no longer a factor? So this is an assumption.
Yeah, I understand, and the reason why I said, look, fear is always a factor, but it doesn't really matter, because there's some people who avoid fear or pretend they don't have it, and there's some people who manage it, and there's some people who just run through it. Fear is not something that should stop you from doing anything.
No.
Shouldn't even moderate your behavior.
No.
So I've made it clear, I'm always afraid. I'm afraid when I get up in the morning and when I'm going to bed. I'm afraid the business will work and it will fail. I'm afraid that the people will do what they're meant to do or they won't do. I'm always afraid, but it doesn't moderate what I do, right? I keep that fear at the back of the mind. I bottle it, I pack it up, and I figure out what's the best for the business, what are the bold moves we're going to make. And so I say all that, because hand on heart, I am doing what I would do with or without fear. With the things that have happened to us, I've said to myself, look, I'm afraid it will happen again, but what do I do? Stop? Not do anything? No, absolutely. You've got to just keep on going, right? So what bold moves would I do? The same thing I'm doing now, which is literally looking to expand what I feel are the best parts of our business, the hospitality, the tourism, the entertainment business across the West African seaboard. And it's tough. We've been in Europe, we've been in America, we've been in Africa. We contracted. I sold my entire Africa business to concentrate on this business here in Lagos, right? And after that partial destruction, I've had to re-evaluate and say, what do I do now, right? So I'm living my dream, by the way. I'm happy with what I do. I'm happy with the experiences I've had. I have no bitterness and no overjoys. And I hope at the end of this journey, I can look back and say, you know what, we had a great time. Yeah.
Okay, so if the next 5 years of your life were written as a chapter titled Legacy, what would the story be about?
So I'll say 3 things.
Okay.
One is dare to dream. One thing I've done in my life is I've dared to dream, and I've had the conviction to execute those dreams. I'm happy to fail and try again, and I'm pleased when I succeed, and I analyze what went right. The second thing I would say is excellence.
Excellent.
Excellence is a scarce currency in this part of the world, right? There's not a lot of competition, not a lot of people do it, and when you do it, there's a premium for it. It's a currency. So I would like to be believed or seen or known as someone who has pursued excellence in every facet of what I've done. You don't always get there, but you aim for it. The third thing is resilience, right? And resilience is all about adaptability. You have to acknowledge that you're never in control of all the cards. You're not in control of everything you do. So there will be the unexpected that will happen. There will be the good and the bad that will come. Resilience is all about adapting to that and saying, you know what, despite the successes or failures, I'm going to continue, right? I'm going to believe in it. The one thing without conviction you'll never start, without consistency you'll never finish. I remember reading something Michael Jordan said, and Michael Jordan, well, probably the most famous basketballer on planet Earth, right? He was thrown out of his high school basketball team for not just being good enough. And he practiced and practiced and practiced. And he said, you know, I have played 1,800 games. I have lost 300 games. I have had 26 times the opportunity to play the match-winning shot and failed. I have failed over and over and over again, but that's why I'm a success today, right? And there's just so many stories of resilience. And I think it's so important to dream, to be excellent, but very important to be resilient.
That's what this podcast is about. It's about speaking to business people who are resilient, who, despite economic challenges, they are able to.
And you've chosen me?
Well, we have like a list of business people, but you're one person that, for me, I've seen some of the things you're talking about, the whole Calabar Highway. I've listened to some of your interviews and everything. So I know to an extent that you're somebody who has been through a lot. Some of the stories I've not heard before until now. Some I've heard maybe in passing when you've spoken somewhere. And then, of course, I've watched a brief documentary where they're talking about you and your business and all of that. So I know you're one person who has somehow made it through, every, circumstance, situation you've been able to scale. So that's wonderful. So on a lighter note, I know we've been going hard and all of that, but on a lighter note, what's the one talent that you have that you've not really, because of how busy you are, you've not really brought it out for the world to say, oh, I'm good at playing something as silly as playing cards, or something as interesting as playing golf or polo or something, or something interesting that you do, talent that you have that you don't really talk about. Nobody has. Like when you say it, they're like, okay, we didn't know he was how can I
interesting, So look, I'm a sports person, right? So I enjoy a lot of sports. I play and watch and immerse myself. Athletics, football, tennis, boxing, I do a lot, right? And over time I've done a lot of this over a period of time, but I wouldn't say I'm talented in any of them. I'm an architect by training, so I have some ability to draw and imagine and create, but I wouldn't say I'm really that talented. There are just so many people better than me, and I talk a lot about superpowers, and I say most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful. But very few people do that, because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and so you ignore what So when you see musicians and artists and sports people who have found their superpowers at a very young age, that's why they're successful. I've gone through this entire journey of looking for my superpower and I can't find it, right? But if I was to think of a thing that I would call my talent or close to my superpower, and I would say that I feel I have a good gut, and I can see things coming. It sounds a bit mystic, right? But I usually, when people are talking to me, I sort of suss out very easily if there's an opportunity or a threat, right? I see things coming, but I also, I have certain principles, right? And these principles are habits, and those habits, I've explored them at least in the last 30 years of my life. And there are three things. One is networking. I network relentlessly, right? I believe that a lot of good things that have happened to me have come from the strength of weak ties, by going to places I wouldn't have been to and by talking to people I would never have met. So call it a talent or not, but I think I've gained a lot from it. The second thing is I explore my surface area for luck. So I expand that surface area for luck. And people say, luck is by chance. This defies the notion luck is by chance, by the way. I think the harder I work, the luckier I get. So I make sure that I put myself in a position where luck can manifest itself. So just understanding that, I would say it's a talent, but I'm talking about myself, so I couldn't say it. And the third thing, I've already mentioned it, is I think I have a good instinct for numbers. I strongly believe if you can't count it, it doesn't count, right? And I have so many stories about numbers and different people who have been incredibly successful in the world who have had that talent for numbers. And I would like, even if it's not my talent, I'd like it to be one of my talents. But yeah, so those three things are things that I've cultivated over time.
I think at this point we will wind up and round up. So this question I'd ask will be my last question for this podcast. So the question is, what's the one thing you wish someone had told you when you started building Landmark that might have saved you years of trial and error?
The fact that you think something is successful, the fact that it's going to be successful, the fact that you think that something is unique, the fact that you think it's a good idea, doesn't mean everybody thinks it is, right? And you're not selling to yourself. So the one thing that it would have taken me a lot shorter time to get to where we are is if you had said to me, don't sell what you can't buy, right? So the minute you believe in that, you make less mistakes in terms of marketing, molding your product, and selling that product. You do the things that the people want, because the market will teach you a lesson, and it has taught us lessons every time, all the time, right? So listen to the market, listen to the other people, and not just yourself, and just make sure that whatever you produce in life, right, you could buy it yourself.
And that is a good way to wrap this up with a lesson on people who are interested in real estate or just business generally. From what you've said now, people can actually learn a lot. And I think for me, that is the focus. For me, becoming a journalist was about helping people make informed decisions. So when we talk to people like yourself who have these experiences, we help share the knowledge with others who might not easily have access to you or can learn a lot from you. I think for me, I think I count myself as privileged to even be sitting next to you. So it's great. So on that note, thank you for coming on this episode. I'm hoping that have other things that we'll do together, with Landmark, and see how we can help push this dream even further. On that note, we come to the end of Triumph Against Odds. I'm your host, as always, Obidiko Kafo, and like we say here, keep being resilient, never give up. Thank you.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to
sort of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15%.
And this is the Business Day television news update, reaching you live from our studio right here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, federal government write off 1.42 billion naira, 5.57 trillion ASA. President Bola Tinubu has approved the cancellation of a substantial portion of the debt owed by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited to the Federation account, wiping off about $1.42 billion and 5.57 trillion naira after a reconciliation of records between both parties. This is contained in a document prepared by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission and presented at the November meeting of the Federation Accounts Allocation Committee. The Commission reviewed that the presidency had now approved that most of the up to 31st December 2024. And moving on, the Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Bayo Julari, has expressed
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy, but you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Still the news updates and still on the Nigerian scene, the Central Bank of Nigeria has revealed that the country's external reserves grew by $4.39 billion between December 23rd, 2024 and December 23rd, 2025. Analysis of the CBN's data indicated that the reserves increased by approximately 10.75% within the period under review. The FX reserves as of Tuesday, December 23rd, stood at $45.24 billion, higher than $40.85 billion on the same day last year, maintaining an upward trajectory in the last few months of the year, while there were periods of decline. The external reserves closed 2024 at $40.87 billion and dipped to $39.72 billion in January 2025. Falling further to $38.41 billion in February. The reserves continued the downward trend in March to $38.30 billion and declined to $37.93 billion in April, while the drop was attributed to increased debt servicing commitment. And away from that story, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has criticized Rivers State Governor Similayi Fubara for publicly stating that he met about 600 billion naira in the state's coffers after the lifting of emergency rule. Wike accused Fubara of attracting political pressure to the state by making the disclosure, insisting that the announcement had drawn politicians from outside Rivers who he claimed were now visiting the state to criticize him and seek access to its resources. The minister argued that publicly declaring the size of the state's fund was a mistake, saying it had encouraged political actors to take advantage of the situation. Wike claimed that visiting politicians now feel compelled to publicly distance themselves from him in order to gain favor in the state. And also, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister for the Economy, Wale Edun, has assured investors that the country's recent joint security operation with the United States in Sokoto will not destabilize the market, but rather reinforce economic confidence. Speaking in a statement on Sunday, Edun emphasized that the operation conducted on Christmas Day was intelligence-led and targeted solely at terrorist elements threatening national stability and communities. The U.S. President Donald Trump had made good on his threats of military action against terrorists in Nigeria, a threat he made in November that financial markets reacted to negatively, while the military strikes have since been framed as an operation approved by the federal government, with more strikes likely. In a statement on Sunday, Edun stressed that Nigeria is not at war with itself or any other country, noting that the action is part of an ongoing effort to safeguard citizens and protect economic activity. And also the Securities and Exchange Commission, its Monetary Policy Committee, also reduced the lending rate to 21.00% and the main operation rate to 20.50%, while the discount rate was cut to 20.50%. This decision, according to the bank, reflects the committee's assessment of recent inflation development and updated forecasts since its previous meeting. And also Nigeria and more than 20 other countries have rejected Israel's decision to recognize Somaliland as an independent state, warning that the move violates international law and could undermine peace and security in the Horn of Africa. Israel on Friday became the first country to formally recognize Somaliland, a self-declared republic that broke away from Somalia in 1991 after a prolonged civil war. Despite operating its own government, currency and security institutions for more than 3 decades, Somaliland has never been recognized by any member of the United Nations. The joint statement issued by the Foreign Minister of Jordan, Egypt, Algeria, Djibouti, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Pakistan, Iran, and Iraq, alongside the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, described Israel's recognition as an unprecedented measure with serious repercussions on peace and security in the Horn of Africa and the Red Sea. And on the foreign scene, Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky said progress had been made to end the Ukraine war during Florida talks, adding that 1 or 2 very thorny issues remained. While both the U.S. and Ukrainian presidents described the talks as great, Trump reiterated that a key sticking point was the question of territory, as Russia has previously demanded at Ukraine and over more land. Addressing reporters at Mar-a-Lago, Zelensky said they had come to an agreement on 90% of a 20-point peace plan, while Trump said the security guarantee for Ukraine was close to 95% done. Zelensky later revealed that the U.S. and Ukraine team would meet next week for further talks on issues aimed at ending Russia's nearly 4-year war in Ukraine. And still on, the UK is to impose visa restriction against people arriving from the Democratic Republic of Congo after its government failed to agree to measures allowing the return of illegal migrants and foreign national offenders. Ministers say the DRC has not made changes required under the toughening up of the UK's asylum rules announced in November. According to reports, fast-track visa processes will no longer apply to people from the country, while the Home Office said VIPs and politicians will no longer get preferential treatment when coming to the UK. Meanwhile, the Home Office said Angola and Namibia had agreed to step up efforts to take back their citizens, having been threatened with sanctions alongside the DRC. A government source revealed that the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, would not hesitate to ban visas for other countries, refusing to take citizens back. And we bring you the sport news after this break. Just stay with us. And now to sports, Riyad Mahrez scored the first half penalty as Algeria sealed qualification for the knockout rounds of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations with a 1-0 victory over Burkina Faso in the Group E clash in Rabat on Sunday. The 2019 champions ended a run of 2 successive group stage exits with Mahrez composed sports kick awarded after Ismailia clumsy challenge in the area. The former Manchester City winger, who scored twice in Algeria's opening 3-0 win over Sudan, calmly sent his effort low into the corner, leaving goalkeeper Ave Kofi rooted to the spot, while Burkina Faso responded with intent, with Pierre Kabore twice going close to an equalizer before the break. The result leaves Algeria top of the Group E on 6 points as they prepare to face already eliminated Equatorial Guinea in their final group match. And to end the news, Mozambique earned a dramatic 3-2 victory over Gabon in Akada to claim their first ever win at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. The landmark result hands Chiquinho Conde's side a strong chance of reaching the knockout stage for the first time, while dealing a major blow to Gabon's qualification hopes after the Panthers also lost their opening Group F match to Cameroon. Mozambique took early control through Faisal Bangal, who headed home from a corner before Jenny Cantamo doubled the lead from the penalty spot, while Pierre-Emerick pulled one back for Gabon in first half stoppage time to reduce the deficit. The final whistle confirmed a historic achievement for Mozambique, ending nearly 4 decades of waiting for a win at the Africa Cup of Nations. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News Updates. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more stories. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government, at least revenue.
You must learn to build relationship, whether they patronize you, they don't patronize you.
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlight on Business Day Television. This is the show that celebrates both founders and fresh ideas making a big impact in Nigeria and beyond. Today's episode dives into a very fascinating topic, the startup story of Jalon Limited, thriving in real estate and catering. The journey of thriving in real estate and catering is never smooth. There are risks, tough competition, and countless challenges. But those who rise above, adapt, and stay focused find themselves not just surviving, but thriving in both industries. My name is Glory Brown Odibo, and joining me to explore this exciting journey is Dr. Mrs. Jennifer Osadeye, the Chief Executive Officer of Jalon Properties and Jalon Catering Services. Dr. Mrs. Jennifer, welcome to Startup Spotlight. It's such a pleasure to have you join us this afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Can you tell us the story behind Jalon Limited, like a brief story behind it?
I would say personally, Jalon Limited was born from a place of my passion. Yes, for creating values in homes and happiness through good food. So I talk about it. When you talk about real estate, when you talk about landed properties, it's 7 essential needs to humans. And when you talk about food, it also serves like good nourishment to human also. So, Jalons Limited was born from a place of passion, serving as essential needs and creating values in the life of humans. Yes.
Property Limited is into the real estate and also into catering services. What really inspired you to venture into both real estate and catering? Because the two industries are totally different. What inspired you to venture into both of them?
I believed in my vision. I believed that both industries will be important in human needs, nourishment and shelter. So when you're talking about nourishment, you're talking about food. And I tell people not just food, tasty and good food. Then talking about shelter, after every day's activities, you need a place to go rest your head. So I thought about this vision is something that would create value in humans. So I said, okay, let me make that move. And I'm happy I did.
I like the fact that you mentioned value in human, which is a very important thing. And, starting a business is really not easy when it comes to funding. And you started two at the same time. How were you able to raise the initial capital or resources to get you started? Because for every startup, starting with the fund is a big challenge. So how are you able to raise the initial capital or the resources that get you started in both businesses?
Okay, I would say I already have something saved up to start, but these two sectors are very huge sectors that, yes, you rightly said it has to do with finances. So what I did, I have to improve in my values, in my quality, because I always tell my staff something. Anything you're doing and you do well, yes, people look for you and people are interested in what you're doing because you do it so well. So what I did was I started small. I had to improve in my quality. I had to improve in my value. So as I was doing that, I found out that I was having more clients. I was having more businesses. With that, I was able to save up and I was able to finance both sectors.
Let's talk about your first client. You made mention of you providing quality and value for your clients for Jalon Properties Limited. How were you able to get your first client? Starting a business myself, I've started a couple of businesses, and getting the first client was the biggest challenge. How were you able to get your first client, and how did you attract them? Can you tell us some strategies that you were able to use to get your first client so people watching out there can also learn from you?
Getting my first client was a big challenge because I have to go through this challenge of gaining trust from people. So there are some clients, when you meet them, if they are not men, people believe that men are the stronger, what will I call it now? Men are the stronger beings, they are the stronger ones, So it was really hard for people to do with me as a woman because people felt like, a woman, the weaker version, what would she know really about real estate and all of that? So I had this big challenge of gaining people's trust, for people to have deals with me, So, but I had to be strong and I had to, I stayed focused and I kept pressing. So, but I was able to get the biggest customer I had, the first, was a family member that trusted me, because I'm very high on integrity and she has known me over time, So when she bought, she had to be, spreading the news abroad. She was telling people here and there, helping me to get one client and the other referrals and all of that, and I was able to overcome that, that trust. People having to gain trust, dealing with me by being consistent and being reliable. Because when people know that you are reliable, people want to deal with you regardless of the gender, whether you are a male, whether you're a female. So I had to keep my hope high. I had to break through, and I was consistent. I was reliable. I said I would not give up. I would not give up. And having the first client was like a deal breaker for me. I celebrated. I was happy that day. I can still remember my excitement. She didn't just buy like a plot of land. She bought over 4 plots of land. So that was a lot to me. It was something I never envisaged, and I was happy she was able to gain my trust. And from there, it has been, something else. It was like a huge turnaround for the company. So people are able to trust me regardless whether I'm a male, whether I'm a female. At first, they know that I'm reliable and I deliver. So I've been able to gain that trust. Yeah.
That's a very nice one. And let's talk about how you've been able to balance real estate and catering. Catering on its own is a big deal, and also real estate. How have you been able to balance real estate and catering, all the one brand successfully without you losing focus? Because you're a genius. I want to know how you're able to manage both brands successfully, and then you've been keeping it going for a long time. Now, how have you been able to do this?
I would say by building really strong systems and delegating. So I do more delegating, no matter the sector you are in. You can't do it all on your own. You have to learn to delegate. So to my workers, there's always something to do. For the education, delegate. For the real estate, I delegate. I have staff here and there. So I found out that with delegating, I've been able to give equal focus and attention to the both sectors so that one doesn't have to suffer over the other. I've been able to, achieve a growing business by delegating and building really strong systems.
At the start of every business, take it or leave it, there's always challenges that you face when starting a business. What has been the biggest challenge for you that you faced as a founder? As a staff, is a total different thing when you're working with a new company. A lot of pressures are not on you. But as a founder, how have you been able to go through a lot of challenges, and the most difficult challenges you've experienced, and how did you overcome it at the start of Jalon Limited?
I would say gaining trust. It wasn't easy for people to trust me. I would have to talk and talk and talk and talk. They will not still buy. People will not still trust me. So that was like a very big challenge for me. But I didn't give up. I was able to overcome by staying consistent and reliable.
And as a founder, you really can't do all alone. You can't do everything. You need to have staff in the catering department, and also when it comes to the real estate department. How do you keep your team motivated, especially when things get tough?
I would say I keep them motivated by leading with vision, encouraging them. I do more of encouraging them, and I also celebrate small wins. So there are times we go out there, regardless of the challenges, we are able to deliver. The clients, they are satisfied, they are happy, So I don't take that for granted. What I do is I'm able to celebrate our little wins at every point in time. And personally, I also celebrate them. I make them feel loved in the company, letting them know that they are not only loved at home, but they are loved in the place where they are working. And that keeps their spirit alive, their hopes alive, and their zeal alive. It makes them happy, it makes them stay motivated, And, it also makes us as a team achieve good and quality results.
So talking about your clients, you've made mention of how you were able to get your first client when you started the business. And how do you ensure customer satisfaction when running the business that has to do with lifestyle and well-being?
The customer satisfaction, I'm able to do that by listening to my customers, delivering quality to my customers, and exceeding their expectation. So when you are expecting that I'm going to be doing 100, trust me, I'm going to be doing 120. So I deliver quality, and I also make sure that I exceed their expectation. And with that, they are able to get satisfied, they are happy, and they want to do more with me.
Let's go on a quick break now. When we come back, we have a lot of exciting conversations coming your way. Stay with us. Welcome right back to Startup Spotlight. We've been having a discussion with Dr. Mrs. Jennifer Osadeye. We're talking about how she has been able to thrive in both businesses that has to do with catering and real estate in the Startup Spotlight. Moving on to the next question. How important has networking and building relationship been for you and your startup journey? Building relationships and networking. How important has this play a huge part in your startup journey?
Building relationships. I would say that is one of the major startups for me. So I was able to build personal relationship with clients, even if they buy, they don't buy, because there's something I always tell people. So if you meet a client and you market your product, even if the client does not buy, you are not supposed to get angry with the client.
Yeah.
Just build that relationship, because anytime the client has need for that thing, they will definitely come back and look for you. Building relationships in business is very, very important. And I would say is one of the key things to success. You must learn to build relationships, whether they patronize you, they don't patronize you, whether they buy, they don't buy. But you will be so amazed that, yes, one day they will just think of, oh, she's so consistent, she's so persistent. Let's see. Let me see what she's made up of. Let's see what she can do, So building relationship was one of, of the startups for me. Then networking. I was attending meetings. There were some summits they were holding, here in Benin City. I was invited. I didn't take it for granted. I made sure I was there. And when I got there, normally they will put us in the WhatsApp group. We are all in one group. With that, I was able to navigate my way. I was able to network properly, and it has been a very huge success in J-Lon's Limited.
We've talked about how you've been able to build trust with your clients, how you've been able to raise funds, and the challenges you went through when you were starting your business. Now, let's talk about the mistakes you made at the start of J-Lon Limited. If we're given another chance to go back to the start, what is that one mistake you will never do again?
Mistake. Okay, but let me I would like to highlight one of the mistakes I made in one of the cooking jobs I had. So I was to deliver jollof rice in the gathering, in the party, birthday party. So I don't know where, we just started off that time. And I don't know how we cooked that food. So the rice came out and it was really brown.
Wow.
It was a big challenge to me. I cried, I was nervous, I was agitated, the confidence was all gone, and I was just thinking to myself, what will I do? So what I did, I gathered my staff. I told them, I said, we don't give up. We have to deliver this job. This job must be delivered. So I said, you know what? When we get to the venue, we are going to call this food we'll call it brown rice. Let's just change the name, brown rice. So as we are serving it, we are not going to make it look like we made a big mistake, but we are going to change the name. So when we got to the venue, so we started serving, people will come, they want to eat. We'll ask them, would you like to eat, have a taste of our brown rice? Trust me, that rice wasn't brown rice. It was supposed to be jollof rice. But that mistake was, we didn't know what just happened, and the rice was actually brown. So what we notice is that if people go, they go back and they will come back and say, please, do you still have that brown rice? We want to taste your brown rice. The food was actually tasty, but the color was wrong. So we found out that we exhausted the brown rice, even the other food, we didn't make any mistake. People came and they were watching that brown rice. We need that your brown rice. We need your brown rice. And we are amazed. The coolers were empty from serving the brown rice. So I would say that we were able to achieve that without no fear, not losing focus. We were strong. We were persistent. We told ourselves we are not giving up because we made this mistake. And I would say after that day, we had to go back, we never stop learning. So we had to go improve, learn properly. We knew where our mistake was from and all of that. So if you ask me, the mistake I don't want to make, I don't think I want to make the mistake of me having to cook what you didn't tell me to deliver to you. If you want jollof rice, I should be able to deliver jollof rice to you, not brown rice. So today is fun to me, but I was able to navigate through that situation, and the clients didn't notice the mistake, and we were able to scale through.
That's creativity right there for you to be able to switch from jollof rice to brown rice. Let's talk about the pressure. You handle 2 businesses, and I believe there are sometimes there's a lot of pressure on you. How have you been able to handle pressures that comes with you handling both business at the same time?
It's actually not easy balancing the both of them. These are huge sectors and filled with pressure. So, but I would say these jobs don't come at the same time. So it doesn't interface with each other. Maybe when we are cooking on the weekend. Most of the time, I'm not doing real estate the weekend. So during the weeks, I'm doing real estate, I'm in the bush, I'm in the site, I'm at the site maybe doing inspection, doing land transactions. So it doesn't interface with each other. So with that, I've been able to balance both sectors because I don't do them at the same time. So even when the pressure comes, the pressure doesn't come as double. It comes as just either we are focused on food at this time or we are focused on real estate at this time. So I've been able to balance the both of them. Most times when I see pressure, I just take a deep breath, I just relax, because the most important thing is the delivery. I'm 100% on delivery, trust me. So for that reason, I just take a deep breath, relax, and when I do that, I'm able to think properly, I'm able to function properly, to achieve and remain focused.
Now let's talk about how technology has influenced your operations. In this time and season, we can't downplay the effort of technology. How has technology influenced your operations in real estate and catering? And how has this technology helped you to drive growth in your business?
Yes, technology is one of its kind, and it has really helped me in my business. You cannot really downplay technology at this time in any business. With technology, we are able, on our pages, we are able to do marketing. With technology, we are able to reach out to even people across the globe, not just within, you know. So when you go to our pages, people around the world, they are viewing our Instagram, our TikTok, our Facebook. When you go there, you see what we are doing there. And with that, there are some people that even when they want to give you business, they want to, okay, they'll say, let me see your page. Let me see what you've done before. And let me see, so that they'll be confident enough to give you that job. So technology has really helped us for the growth of our business, because even the adverts we do is online, and through that advert, I've been able to get 1, 2, 3 countless people coming to say, hey, I want to buy land. Hey, I need to cook. I have my dad's birthday coming up. You know, my birthday coming up. You know, you need to do this. You know, you need to do that. So technology is a major role in any business, and it has helped us in the growth of J-Lon's Limited.
Now, on a lighter note, since you're into real estate and catering, if you had to choose between closing a big property deal or hosting a sold-out catering event, which one will you pick and why?
I would say real estate.
Why?
So in real estate, you just do more of the talking, and if the client is convinced, and if the client is buying, you know, it's when you close a big deal, you don't want to know the amount, like the sum coming out from a big one, just one deal, just one real estate deal. You don't want to know the amount
millions
coming out from that. Yeah, I didn't want to say millions, but trust me, you don't want to know.
I want to know,
but
please.
But for catering, you can still get as much, but catering takes the whole of you. Hard work, you have to put in hard work. Cooking is actually not easy. You have to put in hard work. You are working with all of your body. You might not sleep. When you have a job to deliver, maybe by 11 o'clock the next day, you have to cook throughout the night for you to be able to meet up for 11 o'clock. And trust me, when you finish cooking with catering, you need like 2-3 days to rest for the whole of your system, your body system, you know, to be reactivated again. So catering takes more, you know, hard work, putting in your all, and your body you feel it, you know, really, you feel it that, yes, I did something. But all you need in real estate is just your lips. You just talk and talk, your bargaining power, your convincing power. When you are able to convince and the client just say, okay, let's go do this, I'm telling you, you don't want to know the millions you are going to be making in real estate. So I personally would choose real estate over and over and over again.
Before we call it a wrap, what advice would you give to young entrepreneurs who dream of thriving in more than one business? You know, there are a lot of people, they want to start doing businesses, but they have big dreams, they have big plans, and they have more than one business idea. What advice can you give to those entrepreneurs who are looking for how they can thrive in more than one business from the start?
Okay, my sincere advice will be, don't let fear stop you. Start small, stay focused, and grow steadily. The sky will be your starting point.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mrs. Jennifer, for the inspiring startup story of J-Lon Limited and for your valuable insights you've shared on this topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to our viewers, thank you for tuning in. We hope today's episode left you inspired to see possibilities in new ways. My name is Gloria Brown, and it's been a pleasure having you with us. Until next time, keep watching Business Day Television.